Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Changed the layout of my stream deck and now I have to get used to it again. Here we are. And I still didn't fix one of the things I said I would fix. Oh well. So, watch on. Actually keep track of time. Man, I had the day off and I'm still. So, Phoenix Wright, hopefully finishing up the case we were on last Sunday. And then maybe even blitzing through because it's a really short case that follows. See where we end up from there. Okay, that's gonna be loud. That is because it reset my, didn't it? Did not. Well then. Do my headset setting. Cool. So. Sure. Go. I need to change some of this. Okay. Hello, this is everyone sitting comfortably. La Mire was in the middle of the restaurant dividing the 2 hours. There is only one seat from which you could have seen an image of la victim. That was la seat at the table next to la victims. That was where an old man was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved La Mire so it was not in the way. Game's a little... it was the same volume I had it at last week. But naturally, I did not touch anything else. I see no problems with the explanation we have just heard. From the table next to the victims, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror. What a nutty little coquette I am, confusing all the men like this. Don't worry about it. We can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again. I hate that guy. You said you didn't touch anything apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that? Volunteers, of course. Very well. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. So, run this by me again. The mirror was here, correct? Oui. We? Really? Because I know if I were you, I wouldn't have put a mirror there. It would be in the way. Look who's talking, Wright. Huh? You're obstructing my view among the other things. But, this is my seat in the courtroom. Trebian's charm is that it gives you the impression that you're the only customer. Temporarily placing a mirror in that spot would hardly be in the way. Unlike you, Wright. I tell you, monsieur, la mirror was there in the middle of the restaurant. Uh-huh. And where would that be? Oh la la. Look how you lean towards me. I always attract the younger boys. Maybe I should keep you in suspense a little longer. Mr. Armstrong, tell the court what you know at once. I attract the older ones too, you know. Handsome. Shall I tease you too? I'm already seeing a very hot someone, so I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a long time. I bet she has mocha cream skin and cappuccino perfume. Yeah, I will tell you, there was only one seat from which you could have seen. That was the seat. So why can you only see the victim from that particular seat? My monsieur, it is obvious, no? If you look at the plans, you will understand. The victim would have reflected in the mirror, like so. If you were sitting at the table next to him, you would see everything, no? So that's the old seat he was sitting in on that day, when the poisoning happened. The old man was sitting at the table next to the victim? Why does that seem kind of odd? Did you move the mirror while Mr. Kudo was off calling the police? Oui, exactement. I carried it out of the restaurant then. You moved a huge mirror like that, all by yourself. What can I say? I know how to pick things up, handsome. You know, I actually laughed at something. Well, given the witness's physique, I suppose it is possible. Did you move anything else from the crime scene, Mr. Armstrong? I look like the obliging type, no? Are you sure about that? I touched nothing except the mirror. Mr. Wright, is there something that the witness has said that doesn't match the crime scene? Yeah, there is. I just can't put my finger on what exactly. Yeah. Suffering from a case of heartburn, Wright. Oh, I have just this thing for that. An oil with golden myrrh and frankincense. Add a few drops to your coffee and voila. Enjoy. Focus, Phoenix, breathe. I need to ignore those two and just find some evidence. It is pretty strange though, isn't it? I mean, nobody mentioned anything about a really large mirror. Someone would have, but Maggie didn't, and neither did old CD. Then the only logical explanation is that there was no mirror inside Trebian that day. Now I've just got to prove it somehow. Okay, so this is what I was thinking last time we were playing. So this crime scene photo shows that he did not knock down that vase, which was the vase that was... You see what I'm getting at? This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we have heard, Your Honor. The crime photo. Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist. What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? Should not exist. Huh. Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trite. Now then, if the defense would please clarify its statement. What is the something that should not exist in this photo? I think it's pretty obvious that this is what should not be in the picture. The vase? What possible connection does that have with this witness's testimony? Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table, because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. There is one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, the court can see there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not in fact sitting at the table next to the victim at all. Don't be an idiot, Trite. That's impossible. That seat's the only one that Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from. Exactly. There is only one conclusion that we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Trevienne that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. Indeed. Don't try to confuse the court, Trite. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene. Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary. In his own words, I did not touch anything else except the mirror. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? That's right, there was no mirror in the restaurant that day. In light of this revelation, we returned back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear which he couldn't hear? You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Trite, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? I can answer this, then I'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Are you going to be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? There's more than just one contradiction, Maya. Maya? What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table. And yet, there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up. Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer. Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradictions in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. This case is riddled with contradictions, yet there's one very simple answer that clears them all up. And what is that? The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events. What? Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elg at all. It was an imposter, a phony pretending to be Mr. Elg. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. Order in the court. Settle down or I'll clear the courtroom. quiet, Gramps. Why don't you clear out of here, huh? What did you say? Wright, are you saying that Mr. Kudo was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glen Elk, then acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo. Gabriel, try. Why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was... A serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. That's the serving girl right there, in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. It's so hard to believe, but... Sometimes wonder if Godot has some delayed processing issue. He sips the coffee, then it hits him. There was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poison. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee. Are you insinuating that the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true there was no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but... It's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening. That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant was really the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct? Well, this is most difficult. No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Tribune that day? The defense demands Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened. The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain, in detail, the events in the restaurant that day. La victim, Monsieur Elg, he came to my restaurant alone. I remember that old man arrived not long after. There was no other customer. When he got word he won the lottery, Monsieur Elg became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. There was no time for a phone to do that. Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant after all. Je vous demande pardon. Forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly. What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later. For now, we will hear your cross-examination. Mr. Wright, if you please. He took that perjury charge a bit too well. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. Was he alone at this table as well? Might be. I saw him from the kitchen. Yet the defendant, Miss Bird, remembers it differently. She swears that there was another man at the victim's table. Fortunately for you, Wright. Yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. You know, Seeing you squirm, that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bite. What kind of coffee has he been drinking? It's not coffee, it's love. It's love that's bittersweet. Hearing Maya say that makes her seem wise all of a sudden. I remember the old man. Okay. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct? Hey, he comes in often for my special coffee. I drink your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience. Oh, you make me so happy, monsieur. You are most welcome anytime. I said it was worth one sip and nothing more. So, old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask about his arrival in more detail. Out of curiosity, what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived? Oh, no, I cannot remember, monsieur. I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. A crime was reported at 2:25 by a kind of scary old man, sir. Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness? The incident happened about 20 minutes after you arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 2:10. Just after 2. Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful. I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? The time of day will be added to the witness's testimony. Wait, monsieur judge. Everything I can do it for you. Merci bien. That's French, isn't it? I'm glad at least one person is in a good mood. He's even humming a song to himself. Are you absolutely sure about that time? But I think really hard. I'm sure it was just after 2. Wait, it is the time I stopped serving the lunch. Quite right. I always take a break for lunch when the restaurants are serving their specials. I have been known to wind up a case early just to make it on time. I guess you should never get between a hungry judge and his lunch. Oh, would you look at that? It's almost time. Lunchtime already. Witness, get on with your testimony, please. Let's go ahead and save here just in case. I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. Quoi? What do you mean? At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week, they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket. Oui, that must be la show Monsieur Earl was listening to. I can't see any problems with this testimony, Mr. Wright. I wonder. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Oui, I'm sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I had just finished serving a lunch meal. Get to the point, Wright, if you have one. That show is broadcast live at 1:30, and it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. It's on the air at 1:30. Now, supposedly, the victim made a noise when it was announced that he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time. Oh. This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to radio with a ruptured eardrum, catching a show that was already over. There's only one conclusion you could draw from these facts. This victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elgs in Trebienne that day. The real Glen Elg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer. And the phony Glen Elg, acting out the events up for Mr. Kudo to witness. It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, then how could you explain the time discrepancy? Quite a performance, Trey. You were almost on a roll. But you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song. What is this, Music Theory 101? Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. The phony Elg is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain, then, where the real Glen Elg is? I don't believe I'll have to spell this out for the court. However, at the time, the real Glen Elg was already dead. That's certainly the obvious conclusion. Thank you, Wright. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. What? Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours. Can you explain where the missing corpse went? The missing corpse? According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer. If that customer was the phony Elg. Music majors. It's not rocket science. Rocket scientists. It's not music theory. If that customer was the phony Glen Elg, then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim? How you doing, curly fries? The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, you must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body? Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, Wright. Let's hear some facts for once. Excuse me. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. Evidence? Enjoying this game's music? This music is fantastic. What's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? Like, they do a good job when it's supposed to be tense moments, tense music. When it's supposed to be a triumphant moment, triumphant music. The music kind of, that's actually the theme of each character, fits. Like, it's really good. I thought I had him with that contradiction, but he turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead. Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of Mr. L concealed? Inside the restaurant. It'd have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Trebienne. Love media that does specific themes for characters. Yes. Really overlooked aspect of characters design. Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court on these plans, Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. The exact location where the body was concealed in Trebienne. The body was hidden here. I see. Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location? Where's that little green bottle? medicine bottle. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle? No. I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality only for me. Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright? Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Trebienne. Eh? Quoi? But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication. What kind of medication? I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. L visited an otolaryngological ear doctor clinic and was given medication that day. I think it's an ear, throat, and nose specialist, actually, is what they're specifically referring to there. But, you can't be serious. The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle matched the prescription that was given to Mr. Elk. Glenn Elk's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen? Mon Dieu. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. What I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird, however. You were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. Oh. So we don't key changes when it gets super tense. Order. This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glenn Elk? Never. I could not do such an horrible thing. No. Mr. Godot. The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules. Do you have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? Then, I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down my empty cup. Listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear? My H-deficit friend. Chef Hildeman, please, you must hear me out. It is a trap. Listen to me, por favor. Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish. I'm only gonna ask you this once. Did you do it? None. Absolutely none. Let's hear it. You've got one shot, right, Grams? Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you. I love Godot's theme. As does my gavel. This is clear. What do they always say in the movies? I've got a bad feeling about this. Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong. It is true, I hid the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him. Because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me. I know the reason he couldn't refuse. You were forced? By who? I cannot say, or I would be erased. Let's try a different question then. When Mr. L died, was he really the only person at his table? There was. There was another man. I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth. You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright. There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer. Okay, since I think I know how we can just break through this one right away. Let's go ahead and present some evidence. You have a $500,000 debt, don't you? $500,000? Is this true, Mr. Armstrong? Je suis désolé. I was weak and I borrowed the money. This is Mr. Armstrong's Achilles heel. And that's why you couldn't refuse anything asked of you by this man. Where's our doppelganger? There he is. A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything this man told you. It is as you say. Mr. Armstrong. The tiger. He told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand that he repay his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body and the inconscient Maggie out of the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I had seen. I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre. I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison and the lottery ticket were found in the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well? No, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it, I was not. It is despicable. Mr. Godot, you will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. 30 minutes. Oh, what? The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more. How the... Don't sit back and relax yet, Wright. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way. Very well. Your request is granted, Mr. Godot. We will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess. To be continued. Right now. January 8th, 1:21 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. So we're finally gonna see the tiger on the stand. We've almost got this case won now, Nick. I wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger had told him to do. But Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth. You mean you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know, but if that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're going to need. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe. What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on edge. Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, little Miss Top Knot. It's not a top knot. Never mind about the hair, just calm down, alright? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I kinda get wound up. No kidding. You gotta have something you need me to do, pal, anything. Well, hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints analyzed for you if you've got an hour. An hour? Trial will have reconvened by then. But Nick, we still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right? True. Without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour? You bet. In that case, would you mind checking the fingerprints on this for me? If you're going back to the station anyway, could you find out whose prints are on this? Oh hey, that's the small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right? Yeah, I think it's time we solve the last mystery of who the prints on it belong to. Sure thing, pal. Actually, it's been on at me too. Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys. January 8th, 1:56 p.m. District Court, Courtroom Number 4. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Godot, did you find this Furio Tigre? I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job. No problem. Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on. He's pretty lively. Be careful. He still bites. Very well. Please show Mr. Tigre to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Don't hide under the table, Maya, unless there's room for me down there too. What do you say to me? Nothing. I didn't say nothing. Honest. Who would have guessed that fear would induce a bad Brooklyn accent in the judge? I got business to take care of. You hear me? So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky? No, of course not. It was the judge. Your Honor? Oh dear, I I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal. That's it. We're doomed. Maybe you just didn't hear me. I said, who the hell was it that called me in here? There's no need to shout. We can all hear you. What'd you say? There's no point in struggling. You're caught in a snare, the relentless snare of the law. And I'm the one that hauled you in. Too cool. Don't let him get the better of you, Nick. Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct? Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, Max boy. You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie who? I got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas. Of course. Well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder. Phoenix Wright. You's the one who set this up, didn't you? You's gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I'm saying? Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today. Get your brown pants. Get a grip, Nick. Please do not look at me while doing the tongue teeth thing. The tiger's alibi. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all of my time in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lender every single day. You just want to check my alibi? Just ask Violetta. Unless he wants with Francisco whipping him on behalf of Edgeworth. Ah, at last I found my pen. Very well then. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. What is it? Please, witness, if you could refrain from shouting out like that. I know the kind of games that guy in blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details till he wins. Lowlife? Me? Listen up, Smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000, and you's gonna borrow the cash from me. That's one loan contract I refuse to sign. And don't think it ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger. Yeah, I love a good spectator sport. Just a minute. That's really not. This witness is, how can I put it? A hungry tiger roaming in the urban jungle. Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours too. Very well. I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here. You better be listening. I said I got business to take care of. Big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus. The court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick. Come out from under there already, would you, Maya? I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business. The last year spent all my time in the office.
I don't buy that you haven't even heard of the incident that occurred at Trabian.
You got a big mouth, right? You trying to say that I was in on some mob hit? Is that what you was trying to say? Where's your proof then?
Evidence, yes. Well,
for an attorney to make an accusation in court, he must have evidence. That's from loan shark to lawyer. A beginner's guide, yeah? Ah, I see you're the studious type, Mr. T. Ray. Very good. Yeah. Why don't you ask him to represent you sometime, Wright? What should I do?
it's too dangerous to press things without knowing where they might end. I'd better focus on gathering information at the moment.
Now then, Mr. T. Ray, would you mind repeating your testimony from the beginning, please? My time ain't free, you hear? You just better remember that. If I miss that bus, someone's gonna be dead.
Thank you for the hydrate, Sid. I might need to refill. And push up subway. Well, it's gonna be easier if I do push-ups and hydrate. Well, let's do that. There we are. Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago.
You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is.
Sharp? Is he talking about Viola Cadaverini?
She writes everything in my scheduler. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says. So that's where I was.
There it is.
That seems like a rather, sketchy schedule.
There he goes again. What the tiger did all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing on the day of the murder. So now what?
Now then, Mr. T. Gray, would you mind repeating your testimony from the beginning, please?
So I take it you get a lot of customers at your black market loan office. It's tough for the little guys these days. Small businesses are feeling the pinch. Bosses of companies like that want to get in good with me. I'm their friend. I see. That's very admirable of you, witness. Yeah, well, Tenderlender's motto is win through compromise, you know? Win through compromise? What is that supposed to mean? Compromise the customer to win. That's what it means. You've got it? With best friends like you, who needs enemies? Here, let me spell it out for you, so. You don't pay me back within 3 days, Spiky. I take what's due. And you're stupid. You just follow what I'm saying. But I'm not one of your customers. Can I ask more about Tenderlander or no? It's too dangerous to press things without knowing where they might go. By Violetta, you're talking about the Cadaverini families? Yeah, you don't want to cross them, or you're just gonna wind up sleeping with the fishes. Once the Godfather finds out you've been dragging Violetta through the mud, he'll do you in. Sorry, I couldn't quite put it all together towards the end there. He said that just like Viola, didn't he? Mr. Tigger, what you want? If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail. This is a dead end. Try it and you know it. Remember the rules. No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately. I agree. The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too? Maybe you ain't listening. Of course I was. Never stood foot outside. I had meetings all day and with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before. I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Go, Godot, if you could please. Mr. Tigre, the court asks you to add that last statement to your testimony. Don't let that animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself. Okay, now here's where we can be like, wait. Mr. Tigre, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glenelg, but it appears that Mr. Glenelg knew you. Mr. Elg left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger. And the date? December 3rd. December 3rd? That's the day of the murder. So, Mr. Tigre, I submit you did indeed know one Mr. Glenelg. Because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. Not bad. You's actually not bad. Sorry? I was just messing with yous to see how good you were. You hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. That's one compliment I can do without. Plus, he's lying through his teeth. Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated. You just calling me a liar? Is that what you doing? Ruh-roh. So you're saying that claim to have never seen that kid before is the truth? I said I'm dead serious. You's better believe that's the truth. Then I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify for the court again, Mr. Tigre. Oh, yes, would you mind indulging the court, witness? You never actually met the victim? That's gotta be a lie right there. How am I nailed this guy? Well, howdy, QT. How you doing? Can we get a shout out for the wonderful QT?
Well, you haven't even figured out what you're supposed to do yet.
No, I haven't. Hold on, follow me.
I told you, every level's different, dude.
I'm doing well.
Here, follow me.
Alright.
Where are you?
I'm
Run back to the house.
But...
Oh God! Running! Nope, nope. Into the house.
Help me.
Oh,
Oh,
JR.
shit, I'm fucked.
No, you're not. You're gonna make it. 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 Oh, you made it.
The victim, Glenelg. I ain't no liar, I never met Glenelg. There was some lame guy with that name, though, wanting to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy in my office, tender lender. Waited around for him, but he ain't never showed. I ain't never been to that trivia joint. You's here? I see. That all seems perfectly logical. You had to arrange to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up. Why is that man so orange? Sunburn. I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I ain't gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's going straight to you. Right. Okay. Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What you was talking about? We found them in your office at the Tender Lender. They're from that restaurant. If you've really never been to Très Bien before, what was the book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk? You've been snooping around my stuff too now, wise guy. What are you? My ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me. Order. Well, witness, I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you? Sorry, I'm terribly sorry. Forgive me. I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. But okay, I was at the joint that day. What? But listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid. Well. Looks like an order of justice came in for another ceremony. No Friday for you? You work tomorrow? No! I'm this close to proving it was him. He did meet Glenn Elk that day, and he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. You fixed your fireball, Redeem? Hell yeah! They didn't ask how big the room was. 12-hour shifts. Ugh. Dude. That's rough. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the joint, at the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as coffin. Figured the place wasn't hot already. Figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna. So I split. Hey JR, how you doing? We get a shout out for JR too. I heard the cops' sirens on the way out. I went straight back to my office.
What's going on? He's
I
like,
can't
I
target
thought I
him.
killed him. What the?
He's dead.
What is? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Stay dead, motherfucker.
My bot had a bit of a delay there, didn't it? Error reaching Twitch's API servers. Try again later. Chilling with some wine. Ooh, pasta. Doing well. I see. You didn't actually meet with him in the end, then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Hold it. If I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions. No problem. Anytime Trite presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty. Mr. Godot, that's my job. Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it. Yes, sir. The Special Express ain't cheap, right? Just so you know, since you was paying. Oh man, doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? Nope. Not one bit. You went straight back? Did a bout of guilt suddenly hit you for what you did? What are you trying to say?
You trying to tell me yous ain't never been guilty of nothing?
We all have our crosses to bear. We all have to swallow the dark secrets we hide, like this. Courtroom's not exactly a place to talk about dark secrets, is it?
It seems you've done it again, Mr. Wright.
How about a penalty for those two jokers in the garbage they keep coming up with? Well, Nick, what do you think? He's running out of ways to avoid the truth. We need to press him fast before he has time to think things through. I've got to come right back at him with a contradiction. Be careful what you press him on, though. You'll get penalized, okay? So the meeting wasn't due to take place at Tendolinder at all then?
The kid was making a fuss about coming into the office. It's always that way when I want to talk about payments. Even though I got the best punching bag you ever seen. If there are any issues.
Maybe that's because of the punching bag that people are scared to come. So that's why you decided to meet at trivia.
You're going over old ground again, Wright.
Sorry.
You just earned yourself a penalty, now suck it down. You will suck down the penalty, Mr. Wright, and you will like it.
Judge. Thank you, sir. May I have another? An ugly scene, what do you mean?
I limit myself to 17 cups of coffee during a trial. That's the rule.
You better limit yourself to something, or your guts will look like the inside of a chimney. Ashen.
Don't make me burn you again, Mr. Wright.
You mean you saw Glenn Oak's dead body?
Yeah, I guess I did, but I only saw him from behind. He was wearing some raggy bit of cloth he called a hat.
And what time was this?
I don't know.
Huh?
You know what winds me up more than anything else in the world? Watches. Round watches. I ain't gonna pollute my paws with some ticking henpecker. Out of interest, Mr. Tigre, what winds you up the second most? What'd you say? Square watches.
Is this guy for real?
Look, all I need to know is that something bad was going down in that place.
So you didn't actually set foot inside the restaurant then?
Tiger is a busy cat, and I don't hang around for no one. I ain't got time to be caught up in no murder investigation.
So when exactly did you pick up the matches?
There are matches just inside the front door.
Our detective friend wound up in trouble with the chef after taking 5 books home. Poor gumshoe. It's almost enough to make a man cry. I am confused. You're something of a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigre?
No one escapes the tiger's clutches.
Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro.
And no one escapes the phoenix's clutches.
I think it's time we got something straight.
What's this, Trite? A new line of irrelevant questioning.
These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre. From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like this.
Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim scene. Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head.
Unfortunately for you, that's not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition.
Why, that's true.
Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. So from the entrance of Trebien, you couldn't have seen the victim's scene. But you did see the victim that day because you met with him.
Objection!
Wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at this table. But the defense just proved that point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glen Elg, but a fake. What? In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as a victim he had just killed and acted out a charade. That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer, and who impersonated the victim? You say the killer murdered Glen Elg, and then impersonated his victim in a performance for Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright revealed the identity of the criminal in court. Obviously, the killer is Furio Tigre. No one else could have done it. What? Well, witness? No, that's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe you don't understand the tiger is king of the jungle. So I dares you to say again. Come on, you got the guts. You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright. Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. You've got guts, I'll give you that. But Mr. Wright, do not leave me to handle this alone. Perhaps I can end this embarrassment. Mr. Kudo, let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't see just the victim. Oh, no.
The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. There's no question about it. She very conspicuously put some white powder in there.
Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains, he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee. Yes, it was the waitress who... Very impressive, Mr. Kudo. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Yeah. Found your pen at last, Wright. It was in my pocket. But anyway. Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glen Elg, and the waitress, from behind. Yes, your point, Mr. Wright. I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glen Elg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show. What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well? The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her. Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed? Who is this woman? Her name is Viola Cadaverine. She's an employee of Tender Lender. You're making a big mistake. Do you know who Violetta's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight, if you know what I mean.
Stop shaking, Nick.
Where was I? Yes. The defendant, Miss Bird, had stated the following.
Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. she was sort of creepy, and she had a cackling, kind of cackling laugh. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table, who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when the eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show that he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all of these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice. Once for real, and once for show. And Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you.
Witness, what have you got to say? That's cute. Sorry? You're all right. I could do with a guy like you around.
What do you mean?
Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go.
Something to think about?
You's got it all wrapped up nice, huh, Wright? But you's missed out one real important thing.
But that can't be.
I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid too. But I couldn't have poisoned him. You's here.
What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre?
What a troublemaker.
Troublemaker?
Looks like we're gonna need another one for the road.
One more steaming hot cup of testimony.
Indeed. Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Trebian between yourself and the victim?
Yeah, I loaned out cash, about $100,000.
That day, we was due to have a little chat. That kid had hit his payback date, see?
So anyway, he's telling me he's got no way to pay up.
I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming.
Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky. You know, real lucky.
If that waitress hadn't done what she'd done, everything would have been over.
Now I see that the principal amount you loaned Mr. Elg was $50,000.
Yeah, well, you've got the vig to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know.
That's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice his principal.
And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question. Yeah, he was one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. So I ain't have no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case.
His motive? He has to have one. But what is it? That he was a couple million in debt himself? Yeah, $1 million bill for surgery. Did he have any way of paying the loan back?
Bull was a gambler. He said he couldn't give it up till he landed a big win. So I agreed to help him.
Help him? You?
I kept hitting him with ideas for ways he could get a big win. But the guy kept losing.
So you were helping him for his sake or yours? Went through compromise. Yous help me, I help yous. What's the difference, huh?
I don't believe this. Nick, would anyone really ever loan money to someone they thought was unreliable? Like, for example, if it were you, I'd only loan you like $5, max.
Thanks a lot, Maya.
So how much were you expecting me to pay you back on that day?
What do you think? The whole package, 100,000, including interest.
That's a real heavyweight punch.
Once a client misses a repayment, you call the whole loan in. You want to make it in my world? That's all you's gotta know. And how many times had Mr. Elk been late with his repayments? Once.
And how much was he supposed to pay back every month?
$50.
Sounds like Mr. Elk was in a real sticky spot.
Yeah, $50 a month, he'd never repay that, pay that huge loan off. So anyway, he's telling me he's got no way to pay for nothing.
Oh, fuck. Shit. Skip. Ah. So, how much were you expecting to pay you back on that day?
Yep.
Was that because
The guy won the lottery. Was his last chance at a big win. And you can't confirm that this is the ticket in question. That's it. The Millionaire Radio show starts at 1:30 p.m. and runs for about 10 minutes. That fixes the time you two met with some accuracy.
And the whole scene was acted out again 30 minutes later. And so, also that Mr. Kudo would see him.
I can see the kid's face now. I ain't never gonna forget it.
Was there anyone else in the restaurant at the time?
I don't remember.
If there's no one else there, I'll wear that ridiculous tiger shirt for a month. Mr. Armstrong, Maggie, and if I'm right, Viola Cadaverini were all there at that time.
So, the victim had intended to repay you from his lottery winnings from the beginning? Seems that way to me. But you wouldn't normally expect to win the lottery, would you? The undying belief that your next roll will end the worst losing streak you ever had. That's what defines a true gambler.
He makes it sound so cool. Don't be tempted, Nick. You haven't got the willpower for it.
All I know is the kid took a shot, and he got lucky in the end.
Waitress, you mean?
The girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair. Who else could I be? If she hadn't gotten in the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, and over and done with.
What do you mean things would have been over and done with?
Are you sold there? What? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back, that's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before that waitress got in the way. As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said. The tiger's motive, huh?
That was after the... sorry, but no. So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. L owed you, right?
I loaned the guy cash. I loaned the guy the cash. So that's my right.
Unfortunately for Mr. Elk, $100,000 wasn't enough to cover it, was it?
Huh?
About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter, in which a young woman was injured.
Damn! Damn, that's a lot of money. Yep. Money, 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 money. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery. Where did you get all this info? These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. Payment for these expenses was due in December of last year, and was paid in full. Whoa, $1 million? A preposterous sum. Someone should sue these HMOs. Yeah. Good luck on that. No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a mole. But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it. Order, order, order! You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright. Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini. Did you say Cadaverini? Bruto Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire $1 million. The $1 million Cadaverini demanded it. Cadaverini was Houdini's nickname after his... No! Why would you do that?
Why did you do that?
Yeah. His death was extremely unfortunate. His final words were abracadabra. Actually, I believe his final words were glub glub glub. Anyway, he died after getting punched in the stomach while in the midst of one of his famous acts. Yep. I think the events went, he got punched in the stomach, which caused the injury that eventually took his life, but he passed out while doing his escaping from a tank trick, if I remember correctly. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenn Elg's life to pay your debt. Order, order, order. What do you say to that, witness? It's a nice little fairy tale, it's right. But even if the witness did need $1 million, that doesn't tie him to Mr. Elg's murder. Mr. Elg only owed him $100,000, and he had no hope of repaying it anyway. Yeah, that guy wasn't worth my spit. I don't think so. In fact, the opposite is true. The opposite? Welcome to Necro's Crypt, where we're all going to hell. But at least we're going together. Hey, let's go to the demon pit. And the ship's going down, all on account of the weather. And though we'll drown, there's no need to frown, 'cause we're all going together. Let's see. Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glenn Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial. What? Do you know where you're going with this, Nick? You've got to think outside the box, Ryan. Outside the box? It's very straightforward.
Mr. Tigre wasn't after the $100,000 at all.
It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? What exactly was Mr. Tigre after?
The ticket.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
It's evidence that Mr. Trite has no idea what he's doing. What do you mean?
You're way off track, Trite.
That evidence is irrelevant. Since when did he have the right to dish out penalties?
Are you alright, Nick?
Mr. Tigre needed $1 million. Recovering a loan worth $100,000 was enough. Besides, Elk had the means to make that kind of money if he wanted to.
Oh, right. It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us?
Mr. Glenelg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. The best skill was the collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money.
Care to explain how skill can be used as collateral to secure a loan, Trite?
He had the skill to create a computer virus, so he did, a virus known as MC Bomber.
A computer virus? What does one of those do?
A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer.
A computer? What does one of those do?
I guess the beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is the important point. A virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $1 million on the black market. Mr. Tigre, you couldn't have cared less about the $100,000, isn't that right? All you cared about was one thing, the virus. Oh, he won the lottery, so he's going to pay back with the money instead of the collateral. Which is what Tigre actually wanted because it was worth way more. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was getting his hands on this CD. Glen Elk had no way of paying back the $100,000, and Mr. Tigre knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigre would prefer to say never happened, but he can't, and neither can I. A lottery win. Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elg won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means. That's crazy. He murdered Glen Elg, then made his next move, to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigre posed as Glen Elg, while Viola Cadaverian played the role of Miss Bird, and they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kuhn.
Like I said, Trite, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chief the chef could have been kept in the dark about it.
But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plan.
Order! Order! Silence or I'll clear this courtroom. You're putting on a good show, Spiky. If you just want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that kid, created a witness and framed someone. If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that.
I agree.
You do?
Despite your appearance, you're very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out.
What? Another one, Mr. Wright? Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in? Right. What was the trick you say Mr. Tigray performed to frame the accused?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh, it's gonna be game over if I use the wrong thing. Thank you for the boss check. And what's the relevance of that? Trite. Yep, that was the wrong voice entirely. It's just a little intro. An intro to what? It seems all this has been an elaborate trick on the part of the defense. God. Shit. Fuck. Dame yo, dame nana yo. Antaka, sugite, sugite. Dore dake, tsuyoi yo saete mo. Yumanai. Omoide ga baka mitai. Mitai. I heard the cops. Okay, let's skip through all this because we know what we're doing.
Objection! Hold it!
Go ahead and spam the objections, guys. Oh no, push-ups. Hold on. Damn it, I wish I could play this game with one controller. So like a chug of water or something, I can do it. Let's just get through this.
Objection!
My pen was in my pocket. Speed run! Jeez, I went a long ways without a decent save. Okay.
Somebody play Sonic music. I should get that. Here, let me chatting. There we go. Push-ups, right? Okay. Okay, I don't remember what I did. Here we go. Now we're back in the groove. Okay, now we're catching up, because that's the last thing I did properly. Just blowing through like the last 30 minutes of our lives in 5:10. What on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation. Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigre, You didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago, in this very court, you posed as me.
What? That's
The truth.
But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright.
Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it?
No doubt it was you, standing here in this very court a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I had ever seen. Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove that the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago is this man. Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him? Hey, forget about it, yeah. Forget about it. I wouldn't do something like that, not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh?
Have you no pride, sir?
This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, Wright, here in court we deal with people's lives. Mr. Godot is right.
Your Honor?
Speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced the attorney in question was the witness standing here before me now. However,
Lion deals with prides, not tigers.
I preside over this court as a judge, with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it.
No!
If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances around Mr. Tigre are dubious for sure, but not conclusive.
We've come this far.
You say he impersonated Glenelg. You say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee.
Come on. Come on, Gumshoe.
Ah,
Wow, that's a 180 for that guy.
sucks to be you, Wright. Don't mess with the tiger or you're gonna get mauled. You just got that?
All he managed to do here was chase him around a bit. But I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt.
Nah. Looks like I won't be needing a refill.
If I had just one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence, and maybe I could get Maggie off the hook.
This witness's cross-examination is over. You are free to go, Mr. Tigre.
Hold it. Your Honor, sir? Wait.
Detective.
Detective Gumshoe. Sorry it took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. So, here it is. I'm counting on this, too.
And my heart's counting on this, too. Well, what is it, Detective?
Isn't it obvious, pal? The final decisive piece of evidence.
What?
January 8th, 2:48 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 1. Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab.
The results?
About the prints, pal, from the medicine bottle. Oh, so? Do you know who the prints belong to now? You think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know. So? Tell us. They're the tigers, right? I knew it. Heh. You bet. There's crystal all over the bottle. They're Furio Tigre's paw prints, alright? That's great, we've got him now, Nick.
What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick.
I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on the bottle now.
Eh? What? Why not?
What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glen Elg's coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, that really doesn't make any difference now.
Hey, Shumai. How you doing?
I got that hydrate and posture check for you.
I knew it.
Later, QT. Have a good rest of your evening. Can we also get a shout out for Shumai? Doing pretty good doodling? Nice.
Each room's log is designed to completely protect against tampering or lockpicking. Remaking an individual's room key is quite troublesome, so please make sure not to lose yours. Your room comes Your room comes furnished with a shower, but please note the water is turned off at nighttime. Also, the bathrooms to the girls' room include lock.
If anything, the game I'm playing right now has proven I can't read either.
Great. No matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use.
Tonight alone, I've already made several major issues.
Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. This is our last chance to help Maggie.
Monokuma's canted Monokuma voice. There are certain voices that definitely do make it harder because you're concentrating harder on the voice than you are on the reading. Like, oh shoot. Who was it tonight? It was the chef, the French chef that was giving me issues, partially because it's the accent.
And I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright, I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal.
Detective Gumshoe? Maggie, you've been working on something for me?
Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that.
Poor Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe, wait. He's gone. Isn't there anything else we can do now, Nick? I wish there was. Gumshoe's worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. Small bottle put into the pocket. January 8th, 3:04 p.m. District Court Courtroom Number 4. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I granted you a recess so you could prepare this decisive evidence you've discovered. Yes. Don't keep us all in suspense, Wright. Show us. Naturally, we can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we? Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. How much more time of my time are you gonna waste? I ain't been in no court before. But you lawyers sure know how to blow things out of proportion. No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright. Well, I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here. But maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Present this final decisive piece of evidence to the court. All right. This is the defense's final piece of evidence. Isn't that the victims? Your Honor? Naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We've clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigre.
What? But, Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information?
Everyone here knows what this bottle contains, except one man. This one person in this courtroom should theoretically be at the party.
My prints are on that pansy-looking bottle? Is that what you say? Well, what the hell's in it anyway?
A phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. Tigre, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains... This bottle contains potassium cyanide.
Potassium cyanide?
The poison used to murder Mr. Elk, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigre, we found your print. Well, how do you explain that?
You'd make a good clown, you know that?
What?
Yous ain't never gonna get this to stick. Yous just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger?
A bluff?
I can see straight through it. That's right. That ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it.
No. This is the bottle we found the traces of the poison.
Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown. It was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash don't look nothing like it.
Now you did it.
Got him. At last. Well, what? Why is everyone gone? Why is everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle.
Is this the bottle you're referring to?
Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle with the cyanide. But you ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle.
Funny thing is, normal criminals are sometimes this dumb in real life too. Funny thing is, a lot of people in real life are this dumb too.
Don't let that cozy looking suit fool you people. That lawyer's just playing game. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go.
You still haven't figured it out. Don't you realize what you just said?
What I said? What did I just say?
You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in.
Yeah.
But just now you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison.
Yeah. You don't know who you mess with. I'm the tiger. I control millions of dollars on the bottle. You think I'm gonna let you, some jumped up suit get the better of me?
Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony. That's just what you... Okay. The phony trial with the phony lawyer was all played out by you. The biggest phony of all. El Tigre used self-destruct. El Tigre has fainted.
What's going on?
Looks like a blackout.
Well done, Wright. I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Savor it, while you watch the police restrain your prey.
I think we'll have enough time to get through the next trial. We might be finishing this weekend.
Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't be let go. Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigre, Mr. Gringo? He is being arrested on the suspicion of Glen Elk, Your Honor. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was. And in the absence of genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Furio Tigre is a truly frightening criminal. The truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. You know. Well, I am now in a position to deliver my verdict. The court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, not guilty! I don't know why I do that every time. That is all. This court is adjourned.
Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago. And now I feel like I can forgive him.
Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger.
Look, Nick, in the doorway.
Detective Gumshoe.
Ow. Guess I'll be heading off. See you around, pal.
Wait.
Detective Gumshoe. Oh, yeah. Congratulations, Maggie.
Thanks.
I knew you were innocent all along. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Huh? Oh, well, Well, I guess I'll be heading off then.
Wait up, detective. He just ran off.
Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even of any use. But it was only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles.
Poor guy. Look, she still isn't ready to forgive him.
Can't you put in a good word for him, Nick?
Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie? You know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all of this.
I want to believe that, sir. But on the first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up.
He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the fact.
Doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it.
I've got to prove to her that Gumshoe really cares about her. I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom.
Lunchbox!
Here you are. A present to celebrate your freedom.
That's
a present from Detective Gumshoe. Made with a ton of love.
He said you lost weight and he was worried about you.
Detective Gumshoe. I actually really like weenies. You know? Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty sure I'm pretty hungry myself, you know? Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Is it okay if I eat this now? So, how is it, Maggie? It's really good. So the case of phony versus genuine comes to an end. False allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. Oh, whoops. And who knows? Episode 3. Recipe for a Turnabout. The end. Save my progress. Okay. The girl. Let her go. Shut up. Come closer and kill her. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. I'm reading through the file of an old court case. It was the first case of my longtime mentor, Mia Fey. Fugitive data. Picture. Name, Terry Falls. Charge, kidnapping and murder. Sentence, death penalty. After escaping, Falls met with, and then murdered, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, recaptured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours after his escape. Why is Phoenix in a hospital? Because he's Phoenix. That was a whole year before Mia and I ever met. Six years earlier, Mia Fey, first trial. February 16th, 9:24 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 4. So she was only a defense attorney 3 years before he started. I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm going to die. Should never have accepted this case. Eek! Good morning. Don't be so jumpy, Mia. I didn't do nothing. I swear I didn't kill nobody. Terry Falls, my first client. Sentenced to death 5 years ago, and now a prison escapee. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk and try to relax him. So why did you escape anyway? I'm sorry. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. I didn't escape from nowhere. But Mr. Falls, the police just recaptured you 2 days ago. Sorry, I told a little lie. Oh boy. Well, anyway, I didn't do it. Never killed nobody. Sorry for asking, but you're on death row, right? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. They sentenced me to die 5 years ago. I was tricked, I tell you. That woman, she lied in her testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. I swear it, I didn't kill her. I could never do that. Brace yourself for hemorrhoid talk. Oh. No, he's not in this case. 2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when it crashed. Then about 8 hours later, a policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. The police believe that Terry Falls did it. After you escaped, when did you meet a policewoman? Yeah, I did. She's the reason I escaped. So that much is true. He did meet with the victim. But I didn't kill her. She was alive when I left. She was alive. It's true. I can trust him, right? I mean, I should. You're not gonna figure out the truth just by staring at the guy. Why are you here? I came to see how our little kitten doing alone in the big scary lion's den. Thought maybe you'd like someone to play with. Where's Mr. Grossberg? That old man's probably still in bed. I bet he's clutching an empty bottle, mumbling in his sleep. Aren't I good enough? After all, it's me, Diego Armando. I didn't say... So, Diego Armando, the finest attorney at Grossberg Law Offices, is here for me? Excuse me, Mr. Hot Stuff, but that's not an appropriate way to talk to a colleague. No. You've got it all wrong. Today, you're the fine. After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine an escaped death row convict for a first client. Yeah, thanks. I sure wish I could get out of it though. Relax. I just heard some good news. The prosecutor for today is fresh out of his diapers as well. Really? However, unlike a certain somebody who I won't mention, he's earned the reputation as a genius since beginning his law career. Genius? Well, it's about time to head in, kitten. Sharpen those claws of yours. It's go time. Solitary confinement cell must be, for the condemned, must be the world's loneliest place. And that's what my client ran away from. Every other lawyer gave up on him, but not me. When I saw those overflowing eyes and heard that simple childlike voice, I just had the feeling that he was telling the truth. February 16th, 10 a.m., District Courtroom, number 4. Court is now in session for the trial of Terry Falls. No, Mia, run! The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. I understand the lawyers for both sides are newcomers. Yes, Your Honor. I'm Mia Fey. Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. So you're the new prosecutor everyone is talking about, eh? They say you joined the prosecutor's office at quite an early age. At 20, Your Honor. I guess our little kitten hasn't earned herself much of a reputation yet, huh? Come on, Mia. You can't lose. Not to someone younger than you. Bruh, she'll use those claws on you if you keep needling her like that. Young people running a trial. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Now then, the defendant in this case is currently a felon on death row. 2 days ago, he escaped from a police wagon. Is that correct? Precisely. But the defense is not on trial for escaping prison. On the day that the defendant escaped, a police murder. So we're here to determine if Mr. Falls was responsible for her death? got it, kitten. Well then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's hear your opening statement. Yes, Your Honor. It was 5 years ago. The defendant, Gary Falls, was sentenced to death in this very court. There's the rating issues. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old. Truly a horrible crime. I remember it well. There was no decisive evidence, so the trial was long and protracted. Correct. But in the end, what finally decided the case was a certain witness's testimony. This very court? Courtroom number 4? The court where all the trials have happened? Yes. A witness's testimony. The testimony of Valerie Hawthorne, the person who confronted this criminal. She arrested Mr. Falls at the scene and later testified against him. She said she witnessed Mr. Falls throwing his young victim into the water. Hawthorne, you say? Dahlia Hawthorne? For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. So Miss Hawthorne's testimony was the one that put him away. That police woman you just mentioned, that wouldn't be... Exactly. The victim, the same woman that was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. I see. The man who was sentenced to death based on her testimony escaped 2 days ago. With only one thing on his mind, to take revenge against the woman who convicted him. Aha! The truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes. It's quite obvious the defendant is guilty. Wait a minute, that's not right. At least hear the case before you decide on the outcome, Your Honor. Watch yourself, Miss Fay. I'm not sure I care for your word choice or your tone of voice. Please don't do things that remind me of Von Karma. Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders. Why, you are even younger than me, you hypocrite. How many Hawthorns are out there in this court full of assholes instead of a ship of full of assholes? Keep firing, assholes. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, please call your first witness. Yo! How many assholes I got on this ship? Yo! I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes. I called the detective who was first in charge of the initial investigation of this case. Please? Yes! Oh, he doesn't have a green coat. Witness, state your name and occupation. Gumshoe. Dick Gumshoe. I'm the homicide detective in charge of this case, sir. Finally got promoted to the detective division half a year ago. I don't believe anyone asked you about that. Hey, ma'am, you got any idea how much work it takes? What is it? You're really gorgeous. Where is the Title IX protection? Excuse me? No, seriously, my heart, it's aching for you. Detective, pull yourself together and try to be professional. Otherwise, I'll write you up on contempt so quick that something other than your heart will ache.
Okay. I got it.
It's okay, Gumshoe. Everyone's got a crush on her. Now, Detective, tell us about the incident.
But some of us have the good sense to not act on it, dumbass. Yes, sir, right away. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, a veteran on the police force. She was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from excessive blood loss.
That much is already stated in the autopsy report. The court would like to hear more details about the incident itself.
Yes, sir. I got you. Okay, let's take a look at this aerial map of the area here.
Oh, that's why there's no Title IX. It's education only. On your own, Mia. This is a
sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspension bridge. And the river runs under. The river that runs under there is Eel River. The victim and the defendant met here on top of the bridge. After stabbing her in the back, the killer carried the victim back to his car. He was recaptured at a police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway, sir.
I see. Was the victim's blood found on the bridge?
Victim, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were found on the bridge.
Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture. If there was no blood on the bridge, then you have no proof that they even met there. Your Honor. If you would listen to the testimony we have prepared, I'm sure you'll be convinced. The two of them most certainly did meet on the bridge that day. Why, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm not sure I like you wagging your finger at me as though I were some hoser. Detective, proceed with your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Here we go, Mia. Hang on. Okay, now, listen carefully, kid. One little mistake in this guy will drink you for nothing for morning tea. Trust me, and get ready. Yeah, this judge is actually the cousin of the judge we're usually dealing with. But for my own sake, I'm just going to keep it consistent with the voice and just occasionally say things Canadian, eh?
On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet.
He is the judge, eh? He is the judge, eh?
Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. The criminal stuffed her body into his car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls was arrested at the police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain.
Well, you certainly have established the importance of the bridge. Naturally. Now, would the defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination? Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination, coming right up. Hey, settle down there, kid. If you keep trembling like that, you're gonna make me spill my coffee. I'm not trembling. It's just cold in here. This guy looks like a Godot. Nah, it's a coincidence. The courtroom can be a cold battlefield, all right. Especially for a beginner. He's Godot's Canadian cousin. I don't need you to worry about me. I mean the defendant, the witness. Everyone's a beginner in here. Nah, you got me there. But maybe you should keep your claws out and show them what you got, kid. It's okay, Mia. Stay calm.
Just remember those court procedure videos you stayed up all last night watching. This unknown person, you have no idea who it might be, right?
Sorry, but I'm afraid I do.
What?
The one who called Sergeant Hawthorne was the defendant, Terry Falls.
What? The defendant called her.
Sergeant Hawthorne was a very thorough person, sir. She left a note about her phone call with Mr. Falls.
A note?
So she spent the night before watching YouTube videos on how to be a lawyer. Yes. Don't you?
Yeah, a top secret memo that she left in her desk.
Victim's note added to court record. According to this note, it seems the one who called her to the bridge was indeed the defendant, Barry Holmes.
Whose bright idea was it to keep that note from me?
Looks like the judge is even now more sure of his verdict now. Listen up. Never ask a question if you don't already know the answer.
It's the detective's fault. He said that, he's the one that said unknown person.
Hey now, don't make that face at me. I just said it that way because the prosecutor told me to.
Was that a trap? With that cute face, I didn't expect him to be so sneaky.
Mia, no.
Why is everybody so horny for each other in this trial? Because they're all so damn young. A bridge up in the mountains? But why meet there?
Because it is a very important place to the defendant. That's why.
What do you mean by that?
If you remember, 5 years ago, the defendant kidnapped a young girl. He was chased onto that bridge, and it was there that he killed his hostage. And the place where all of this occurred is, of course, Dusky Bridge.
The very place where Sergeant Hawthorne arrested and handcuffed Mr. Fall.
Yeah, return into the scene of the crime. How nostalgic.
And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir.
What was the body of the victim? Was the body of the victim discovered right away?
Yeah, we were really on the ball. We found the criminal within 1 hour of the murder. It was great. We even got to say, "Don't move. We've got you surrounded."
Wait a second. Isn't there something weird about that?
The location was a suspension bridge up in the mountains. So how did they find out about the crime so quickly?
Sergeant Hawthorne must have mentioned the phone call to someone else, right?
If that's what happened, then she wouldn't have been killed.
She never mentioned the phone call for Mr. Falls, but she left a note on her desk about it. If only I had noticed it earlier, maybe she'd still be alive.
I wonder why she didn't mention the phone call to anyone. Falls had a car then?
Well, that bridge is way up in the mountains, ma'am. The defendant and the victim both went up there by car. I mean, how else, right?
What? You mean the defendant drove his own car?
No, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light.
Car thieves. I'm not sure how I feel about car thieves.
Is this guy sure about anything how he feels about anything?
This is a photo of the stolen car's trunk. Naturally, that's the body of Valerie Hawthorne.
Whoa, that doesn't look too comfortable.
Okay. The victim, she was stabbed in the back, correct?
Yeah. For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. We're talking about a woman here.
You can't tell from this photo, but the knife was stuck in her back, nice and firm.
The condition of the body when it was discovered is very important information. Detective, was there anything strange or noteworthy in the trunk of the car?
I think he said he was sure that felt the defendant was guilty. Does that count as him being sure about something he feels? Yeah, I guess so.
What did the defendant have to say about this photo?
What he always says, ma'am.
I didn't do it. I didn't do nothing.
That's all he says.
Nothing? I wouldn't say he did nothing. At the very least, we know he stole the car.
It's just what he always says, Your Honor. And then he always says...
Sorry. I told a little lie.
Or something like that.
Well, in any case, it seems he was caught and arrested. Precisely. Whoops. Wait, but... That certainly is some impressive police work.
Well, no, actually, it was way too close for comfort. We set up that checkpoint just after 5 p.m. We figured that Mr. Falls might just try to run.
What do you mean it was too close for comfort? The two of them arranged to meet at 4:30 p.m. And it takes approximately 30 minutes to go from the bridge to the checkpoint. It was kind of close. Any later and Mr. Falls could have slipped right by. Listen up, kid. There's a big trap waiting for you in that testimony. Trap? Walk into it carelessly and it'll leave more than just a flesh wound. Fun, huh? No, it's not. Well, if you want to have any chance at all, you better get some more information. And if you're going to get caught up in a trap, it's best to get caught early. You can always look for contradictions afterward. Ever famous contradictions. I hope I can find some of those. I think I need to close my house for a second. Let me go to BRB really quick, and then we'll be able to continue. If I type in all caps, he can hear me.
Fulfill what should be the first duty of any gentleman. And introduce myself. My name is Atme. Luke Atme. Alright, we're looking at you. What's your name?
It's Detective.
I think that was it. He said all sorts of terrible things about Dolly. He said that she was a bad girl.
Is that all? Yep. Well, Miss Faye, you heard him yourself.
Yes, that would be the defendant's lover, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
What is his obsession with calling people lovers?
We shall have to discuss this strange lapse of judgment after we achieve our victory. Allow your spirit to quiver inside.
Oh, jeez, I'm so sorry. Are you serious?
Thanks, mate. He's all I caught.
Nice.
Use them wisely, my friend.
Is that a knife? I am the boss. That was so disgusting.
I was much stronger once than this.
I recognize that the defendant has made a decision, but given that it's a stupid-ass decision, I've elected to ignore it.
This run's already been worth it.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?
We've been giving her speech lessons.
Don't fret. I was just trying to help her expand her somewhat limited vocabulary.
Stay out of her head. You really think she's got something to learn from you? Learn to shut up from her.
You know, Electo, you really need to let your sister have other friends.
Wait, there was a traveling merchant. What the heck are they? Oh. Wow. That's amazing.
Uh-oh.
I'm still more than capable of besting you.
That was Cerberus. We're just gonna sit here and do this.
I know, it's just... You're right. I catch myself feeling particularly horrid after talking to him. He can be very frustrating and self-absorbed. Though, I know he means well. Probably.
Probably. Ooh! 20 HP, 10 HP. No revives.
I am indeed muted. Well, shit. Well, there's no going back, so yay. That sounds quite promising. I can't wait to hear all about it. So anyway, if any of you were just listening, to summarize what just happened, we pressed the point that she wasn't wearing a scarf, but was told to wear a scarf. And Edris said, oh, she in fact did wear a scarf. It was found on the bridge, and it was muddy, because it had been raining that day slightly. And now we're pissed at him, and would like to strangle him with that scarf. Everything is moving at his whim. Don't forget, kid. There's a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius. A genius, huh? Diego. Hot. Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This victim was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows that the Vic wearing the scarf, sir. It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. That must have been when the scarf fell off.
Looking at this photo.
You really get the sense that the bridge is very high up. It is about a 40-foot drop from the bridge to Eagle River down below. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this? Who took this photo anyway? Let's just say that it was a well-intentioned third party. Ah, a potential witness. So why isn't this person in the courtroom?
Well, he said they absolutely did not want to testify.
The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. Besides, as long as we have this photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Witness's photo added to the court record. So, as you can see, Terry Falls had both the motive and the opportunity. I think it's quite clear that at this point what happened on that bridge. Aha, the truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes, it's quite obvious. He's clearly dead. Not again. That's not fair. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet. You mean, Who is this eyewitness?
She's a college student.
A female college student?
That's right. Meaning she's female and a college student, ma'am. She doesn't do well in front of other people, so I came to testify for her.
Maybe so, but as the attorney for the defense, I have the right to cross-examine her. For the time being, we're not relying on the witness's statements. That is all. What is that supposed to mean? The prosecution has other more decisive evidence. Our case doesn't rest on the vague testimony of a female college student. A female college student, eh?
It means she's female and a college student, sir.
You know, guys, I wasn't fully paying attention when I was reading all of that off. Do you think she's female and a college student? A female college student, if you will? Why is everybody obsessing over her being female? Well, except for the judge, everyone here is incredibly young. No, I think it was by a male toddler. Well, we did meet a school kid who snapped a photo for us once. Everybody go to horny jail. Okay, bye. If you absolutely must hear her testimony, you'll have to give us a good reason why. Please tell us more about the decisive evidence in question. Bonk. This photo was accidentally. It seems pretty intentional. The victim is wearing a scarf in the photo, all right. So about the witness who took this photo. What was this person doing all the way in the mountains?
She was taking photos of wildflowers, apparently.
There are many unusual types of flora on the mountain, Miss Faye. The people in that area say it's because of the spirits that live there. Spirits? Now that you mention it, this photo, this cloudy fog-like thing. Is it a ghost? I don't believe it.
No, Your Honor. No. I don't think it's a ghost.
Drizzling, huh?
That's right. There was a light rain coming down. The whole place was dreary. But not as dreary as the mood that's in this courtroom right now. Looks like a cold front just moved in.
In any case, the point is that the area was quite damp. There was even some fog.
I even slipped and fell while I was on the bridge. It was really something.
that part of the witness's testimony as well?
Of course it is. He pushed the victim hard in the back and she fell down right on her stomach.
I remember that happening once myself. It was really brutal. Are you talking about seeing someone get pushed? Or were you the one getting pushed? Or does it mean that you pushed someone down like that once? With his mind-boggling tales and the way he said brutal, I wonder if he's Canadian. Save your nasty look for the right person. Huh? Take a look. Oh, baby. The court record seems to have wet itself. Hey, watch where you spill your coffee. Court record, huh? Brutal, eh? Brutal. I don't know how to say it in any other way, unfortunately. Brutal. I can't do Canadian accents. I'm just gonna be honest. They're so tough for me. So in other words, there was a struggle between the criminal and the victim, huh?
That's what the witness said. Well, man, looks like she didn't remember about the scarf, but from what she said, it sounded like a pretty violent fight, ma'am.
Area was right from rain, the bridge was probably wet too. Which could explain why the scarf was covered in mud, but there's something in this testimony that's still bothering me.
Yeah, talk about a surprise. I had no idea there was a photo.
So what do I do?
You really still believe him? Mr. Crybaby, I mean.
Of course I do. So the little kitten believes in fairy tales, huh? In that case, the answer is obvious. If what you believe is true, then that means that somewhere, hidden in that testimony, is a contradiction. One huge contradiction waiting to be discovered. That's your chance. See if I can remember how to do this one. Present. Nope. This one's really straightforward. I remember getting through it really fast.
lost between 4 and 5 p.m. Location 40 feet above Eagle River. Confidential note. Bridge. Eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. The photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf. It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. It must have been when the scarf fell off. I thought I did that already. So at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct? Yeah, and fog too. Just a generally soggy atmosphere. Well, I have evidence that doesn't go with the soggy atmosphere. But this is a photo of the victim's body that was found in the car trunk. Considering the oh, I did the wrong photo than what I thought I was doing. Considering the conditions at the scene of the crime, something isn't right. Well, by all means, please enlighten us as to what isn't right. What is it about this photo of the trunk that doesn't fit? Naturally, the answer is right here. The victim's coat? As far as I can see, there's nothing strange about it. That's exactly what's so strange. Recall the testimony. There was, what were the conditions on the bridge that day? It was drizzling and foggy, it was a drizzling and foggy, dusky bridge. Was all wet. If the victim really had fallen down on her stomach on top of the bridge, then the front of her coat should have been covered in mud. Well, that's exactly right. The other day I fell on a muddy street and my gorgeous playoff beard was befouled. I do admit that the crime scene was quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean the top of the bridge itself was muddy. If your honor had fallen in a shower instead of on a muddy street, your glorious hockey beard pride of the legal league would be wet, but not muddy. Fortunately, I have yet to test that. Still, your point is well taken. Can you prove that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day? The surface of the bridge, huh? Nah, a real man wouldn't stand for a taunt like this. Neither would a real woman. Of course I can. Here is the evidence that proves the surface of the bridge was muddy. The evidence is this scarf. Oh. It should be obvious. The bridge and the scarf fell onto the bridge and got this muddy. That means the bridge was obviously covered in mud. No, I can't be outwitted by this novice bimbo. Edgeworth. It's 2022, you can't say that anymore, dude. Hey, same to you, buddy. Himbo. Somebody shake his desk. Quick, everyone in the courtroom, start jumping up and down. Miss Faye's assertion makes perfect sense to me. I do admit that there appears to be a contradiction between the condition of the victim's coat and her scarf. However, the real question is, why is there a contradiction? Huh? For every contradiction, there exists an explanation. Let's look at what the explanation in this case may be, shall we? Alright. It's not like he's really giving me a choice here. Yeah. You're doing pretty well. For a little kitten. Mr. Armando. No matter what he says, a contradiction always comes down to a lie. It's either the victim discovered in the trunk, the witness's photo showing the defendant and the victim, or the witness's testimony that she saw the moment of the murder. Just relax and think it over. It's pretty simple, isn't it? The false evidence. It's one of those three. What you said just now. I'm not sure I like that. That wasn't me, Your Honor. It was the coffee aficionado over here that said that. This court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know. Blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into court. But we won't let him. We'll expose his evidence as the flimsy scam it really is. Yes. The false evidence in this case is It is a no-brainer. Obviously, it's the witness that's suspicious. During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Now, is that testimony exactly what the witness claims to have seen? Yeah, that's what the witness told us. That testimony is filled with holes. After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all. That's true. It's not just true, it's the truth. If there was a truly decisive witness in this case, I'm certain that boy Wonder over there would have called them in the first place. Your Honor, the defense requests us to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented so far is not only vague, but contradictory as well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we'll need to hear from your mystery witness after all. You should brace yourself for the brutal truth. Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court. We are prepared to present our witness at any time. Very well. Please bring forth your witness at this time. What Mr. Edgeworth said kind of worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth? Now, let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, please go right ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons
The woman who saw the events that day with her very own eyes. This is it, Mia. The battle begins here. Witness, what is your name and occupation?
Miss bitch.
Everyone's so silent I can hear their hearts going pitter-patter.
Oh. When I look at you, how can I put it? You look as scrumptious as a double-double and a dozen donut holes. I feel like I want to hurry over and hand down a verdict just to have a bite.
Hey, not so fast.
As I said before, this witness is very sensitive and delicate.
Also, ew. Yes, very ew.
I would like to ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You are a true gentleman. Miss Fay, you could learn a lot from this man.
If he's such a gentleman, he sure doesn't act like it. He sure doesn't act like one to me. Sir?
Yes. Yes, my dear.
This is my first time, so I'll make sure. I'm sure I'll make a lot of mistakes. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I might cause.
Not at all. No one's in trouble at all. Or it's no one's trouble at all.
Now then, may we please have your name and occupation? My name is, Melissa Foster. I'm a college student, a freshman in the literature department.
She was Dahlia Hawthorne in the next trial that Mia meets her in.
You were on the scene when the unfortunate event occurred, correct? And you were the one who took this photo? Is that accurate? Can you be so mean?
Now, see here. What are you doing shoving that in her face like that?
Huh? But it's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous.
Next time, I'll be forced to penalize you.
Uh-oh. I don't like this. The turn this has taken. Is she staring at me? And you would be... Huh? I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Fay. I see. So you are.
Now then, young lady, could you please give us your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll do my best.
This bitch.
I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Then I noticed there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, they just started fighting. That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. Right after that, I called the police.
By the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred?
I believe the map would be of help here. I was standing right over here. I was standing in a beautiful field surrounded by tall cliffs.
So you took the photo from that location, eh?
I brought the camera when I brought the camera I was using at the time, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me to.
Ho ho ho, what a cute camera, just like its owner. Ugh. All right then, Miss Fay, time for your cross-examination. But I warn you, make the witness cry again, and you'll feel the wrath of my gavel.
you say wildflowers?
Yes, the mountain is famous for its beautiful spring flowers.
But it's only February.
Well, I couldn't wait for spring to come.
Oh, I know just how you feel. It's just like when I first started growing this glorious beard of mine. I just couldn't wait, so I wore a dyed blonde Santa beard until mine grew in properly. Would you mind if we come back to the facts of the case, Your Honor?
How's it going? Welcome in, Xavian? Is that how it's pronounced?
Was there anything strange about the two of them?
I met that girl. I know I am. It looked like they were having a really serious conversation up there. So I decided to watch them, like some kind of peeping Tom.
No, not at all. Everyone is like this.
Do you had testimonies ahead of you, but I'm stuck? Yeah, there's some logic that happens that's a little weird. If I can remember how to get through this, honestly.
Let's see. I love watching other people fight too, in fact. I can't get enough of it. Actually, that's why I took this job in the first place.
Too much info, Your Honor. In any case, it's perfectly natural for you to have kept watching them, especially dressed as they were.
Well, anyway, I was watching them very closely.
Do you have any idea what they were fighting about?
Yeah? No, I have no idea. Why do you ask that?
Oh, I just thought that maybe you overheard what they said.
I would never eavesdrop. I've got more class than that.
That's right, Miss Faye. Don't drag the witness down to your level.
Oh, well, at least I didn't get slammed with a penalty for that.
Why did you take a photo?
Well, the two of them were really going at it. Ever since I was a little girl, I always wanted to be a news reporter. I guess that part of me just kind of took over.
Smells like a lie.
Yes, I understand completely. Even though I can't completely abandon my boyhood dream. I still use my grandson to test my comedy routines on.
So he wants to be a comedian, huh? Not that it has any bearing on us.
All I could do was use my camera. So I took a photo of the crucial moment and gave it to the police.
You called the police?
Yes, because it looked to me like the murderer was going to try to escape.
We were already moving before the call even came in. Thanks to the victim's note, we had already started our operation.
That was certainly tough luck for the criminal, eh?
If Terry Falls isn't the criminal, then there must be something strange in that girl's testimony.
Be careful, kitten. That girl has the judge wrapped around her little finger. You're gonna have a tough time poking holes in that testimony of hers.
You're going to have to come up with something really good, Mia. Witness? When you said you took a photo of the crucial moment, is this what you meant? All I can see in this photo are two people facing each other. You testified that you saw the two of them starting to fight. Normally, that's the kind of thing we would refer to as a crucial moment. Took me 30 minutes to figure out this one. And in one try, figure it out. I have admittedly played this game before. It was like 4 or 5 years ago, though. So, no, longer. I think. Salix might remember. But yeah, I played it a long time ago, so some of this stuff is still kind of fresh in my memory. Well, not fresh, but still there. Why haven't you presented a photo like that? Well, you see, the photo we presented was the only one there was. But if you really wanted to capture the crucial moment, I started this case at 10 p.m. and didn't beat the game till like 2 a.m. 8 p.m., not 2 p.m. 10 p.m. Yeah, I mean, this isn't the last case though. There's one case that's typically considered to take like 8 hours, like that. 5 hours. Then what happened to the happened next? You must have taken a photo of it.
Oh. My apologies, young lady, but Miss Faye's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit.
He can certainly downplay the situation, can't he?
Still at the first case of the fourth story.
I'm sorry. I'm a very bad girl. I, used it all up. The film, I mean.
You ran out of film?
This photo was the last one.
Pretty sure this isn't Melissa. Well, considering there was another case where this exact sprite was used, that's a fair assumption. What? No, this is Melissa. Just...
This photo was the last one.
What? Story 1, yeah.
Unfortunately, that is the truth.
You don't know, though? How dare you? She's a nice lady. There we go. God, it's getting warm in this room.
I personally examined all the photographs she took then. All the other photos are of the witness herself playing among the wild flowers. The witness herself? Then who took the photos? Well, you see, my camera has a timer feature built into it. So you took the photos of yourself?
I remember taking some photos of myself once too.
Please, no details.
It seems that Miss Faye's assertion was not so decisive after all.
Well, wait a minute. Wait, just a minute.
Well, if she had no film left, she couldn't very well take more pictures, eh?
Miss Foster, perhaps then you could tell us about a different sort of photo. Photos of the incident that you took with your very own eyes.
I should probably drink some water. Apparently these voices are taxing on me, even though they're not really that intense. You're back. Had to end stream. What happened? Everything okay? Bitrate issues. Ah. Trust me, I'm no stranger to those. I'm sorry, man. Who are we using the crowbar on? Ah, the AI speak and do. Is what it is, sadly. Yeah, it's particularly frustrating because it's typically something you can't do anything about. Especially because I know you know how to troubleshoot your own tech. Someone just be the getaway driver for me. Mr. Edgeworth, you're quite the poet. Very well then. Let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear your thoughts on the fight that you witnessed. Yes, Mr. Judge. Boy, this guy is really a sucker for sweet talk. I assume it was the Windows update. Could be. Not sure. Is it only happening to your computer and not JR's as well? Looks like the other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention. Yeah, it's sickening. Just mind with the bitrate from streaming. Ha! I've run into that before, but I could never figure it out. Did you say wildflowers? Yes, the mountain is famous for its beautiful spring wildflowers. But it's only February. Oh, I've already been through this bit of testimony. Turned around and tried to run away, but... Okay, so if she was, I'm pointing at the screen like an idiot because you guys can't see it. If she was down on the other side of that cliff, that means when she took the picture, Terry was closer to the car. And the officer was closer to the spot that you can't run towards because there's a huge freaking gap in the bridge. About 5 yards. No one can jump that. Maybe an Olympic long jump, but I don't think that's necessarily true. Eagle River is a city in Alaska and also a river in Alaska. Nice. Nice little town? Nice. Witness, your testimony is a joke. Huh? What? But I just... Miss Faye, I thought I warned you about not... I thought I warned you not to make the witness cry. One short testimony and 2 bad contradictions. There's no possible excuse. You say there were 2 contradictions? It is simple. Just take a look at the diagram of the area. According to her testimony, the 2 of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were, and the victim had turned around to try and run, well then... She would have hit a dead end. Wait, is Mia the lawyer? And she's hot? No, but genuinely, everyone has made some kind of comment about her looks. Except for,
Melissa. Armando's calling her kitten. Gumshoe was just like absolutely gobsmacked and jaw on the floor, eyes out of head, like auga. She'll get there though, I bet. She has a disappointed mommy look on her face right now. Pressing disappointed mommy face. That's so bad. No, guys, stop. You said 10 yards, but she couldn't have even run. She couldn't have ran even 50 or 5. 50. Because Dusky Breach is collapsed on that side. Ah. Lol. What does all this mean? At least she isn't like 9 feet tall and living in a castle. Some people like that even more, Salix. We learned this. It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is to it. This beautiful young lady has been lying to the court. Yes. Yes, she has. Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion. Unacceptable! What do you mean? There's one major mistake in this diagram. What did you say? What are you referring to? It's all because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any official prints of it. So you're saying... I'm saying that though this bridge is currently in disrepair, there's no evidence that can prove that the bridge was broken during the incident. That's ridiculous. You can't actually tell the condition of the bridge from this photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence. Is Edgeworth the vampire? Because he has not aged. I mean, it's only a 6-year difference, and there is some aging. It's very minute. It's more obvious. I've looked up some sprites for the characters for later games. It's a lot more obvious between this trilogy and later games. But I think quite a bit more time passes between those. That guy is good. Huh? What do you mean? He planned it from the beginning. He's a genius, alright. That diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy. He only started aging when he met Phoenix because Phoenix broke the spell cast upon his cold, dead heart. What? The coward! Well, Miss Faye, it seems you have once again made a reckless accusation. I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful myself. No. This wasn't your fault at all. Now then, shall we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all that it was that the witness actually saw. Indeed. All right, young lady. May I ask you to please proceed with your testimony? But it's so hard to go on. We're all on your side, Miss Foster. There's no need to worry. Just tell us what you saw. Yeah. Also, careful about using that word on Twitch. Yes, sir. Oh, wrong voice. Yes, sir. But yeah, these guys are definitely not...
Edgeworth Wright ship confirmed. Oh, hard confirmed. Edgeworth Justin Terry? Definitely the case. Yeah, Capcom did promo jewelry where they did matching wedding rings for the two. And, fantastic. I heard so much about the ship before actually playing the games. I didn't really get the whole ship before I played the games, and then I played the games, and it's just like, oh, I see. There's no other way you could interpret this. I mean, there is, but, like, it's pretty heavy-handed. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arm. Then he carried her over to the car. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw.
Witnessing such violence must have been difficult.
Yes, sir. I'm still shaken up. We all know how they resolve their tension. With a game of checkers. Loser does the dishes.
If he accepts his testimony as it is, we're finished.
Don't say that.
Oh, well. Maybe I'll stop off at my favorite cafe on the way home. They make a really great mocha latte.
This trial isn't over yet.
That's what I like to hear. All right, Miss Fay, your cross-examination, if you please.
The contradiction is staring you right in the face, Mia. Go on the attack.
Now I'm imagining him. Punk beds as a gift from Gumshoe.
They're both ace? Really? Maybe?
Jeez.
Ace. God damn it. Actually, I would argue not gay, just because we have seen examples of Phoenix going head over heels for girls. Why? Why?
There are dozens of us.
Let's see. Okay. Well, he was over a river that we just said. A killer not wanting his victim to be found, I can understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose is clearly odd. There is a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found.
Well, what is it?
Take another look at the map of the area and you'll see how. There's a river right below the bridge. Earlier, Mr. Edgeworth pointed out something interesting about the river. Actually, Salix, have you played every game? Because I think there was at least one case of it. I'm now imagining somebody pulling out a card, pulling my face my trump card, and it's an extremely rainbow fabulous ace. No, it would be You pull it out of your sleeve, and I had an ace up my sleeve, and it's the ace flag. There you go. Shipping taxi scene is usually Edgeworth Francisco, Edgeworth Maya, or Edgeworth with a woman. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. Oh. In the kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. If 10 murders were to occur at the same spot above the Eagle River, you can bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed the body into the water.
Order, order, order! I'm not sure if I care for the way you put that, Miss Fay, but I must admit it does seem odd to not have thrown the body into the river.
Oh.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth.
How sad. Perhaps Miss Fay would do well to try taking a dip in the river herself. After all, you claim to be such an expert in the ways of nature. What are you talking about?
Searching where you're stuck soon? I think I might be able to help you on that.
My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is that this is what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw.
Quite true. Miss Fay, it seems that your assertion is without merit after all.
But what the witness claims to have seen is totally ridiculous.
Sifting through archive of our own tags? Oh boy. After the recess,
Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car.
That's certainly consistent with what the witness has told us.
Please, witness, go on with your testimony.
I'll try.
All you have to do is tell us only what you saw. Otherwise, the mean lady might yell at you again. Who is he talking about?
All right, I'll do my best.
Again, also.
Some people pay extra for that.
If you were on the other side of the cliffs, how could you have seen it?
Edgeworth Francisca is second to last, and that's the only lady he's with. Case closed. Was the creator of Phoenix Wright just super obsessed with the mommy dom aesthetic?
Well, Miss Foster, looks like you've done it this time.
Done what? That was a little more Maya. Jeez. It is Capcom. They did give us Resident Evil
Yeah, they did give us Resident Evil 8. Sorry, I don't. So, like I said before, I have played through this game before. However, I don't know exactly when to use what. I've made loads of mistakes on the trials, but this case in particular, its logic line makes a lot of sense to me because I don't remember spending a whole lot of time on it at all. I think I did this the first time I played it too. That said, the first trial, the second trial in the first game with the movie studio, when I first played through this game, I spent like 3 hours beating my head against a wall because I couldn't figure out that I was making a mistake in one of my answers. Made a crucial mistake.
A crucial mistake? Like what mistake?
The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. You're saying you saw that, right? With your very own eyes? Yes, and? It's simple, Miss Foster. Take a look at the diagram. The place you claim to have taken the photo from that day is here. Do you see what I mean? Even if you tried to see the car, this outcropping of rock is directly in the way. Story 2 was hell for you too. Yeah. I've been playing through these games nonstop for the last 4 months, and the thing is, once I start picking up on the kind of logic they tend to use, I tend to be able to pick up on the solutions pretty quickly for this kind of stuff. They don't do anything like most like point and click games use, where there's like some crazy moon logic just to like artificially pad the time or something, or for a throwaway gag that really wasn't worth frustrating a player for. Melissa's counter argument: the butterflies told me about the car. Yeah, if only that worked. That's right, Miss Foster. From where you were standing, you could not have possibly seen the killer's car. I admit the diagram shows a large outcropping of rock. However, it isn't so tall that it would stop her from seeing the car. That's right. It's not high at all. I was able to see his car just fine. Stopped at story 4, murder on the lake. Yeah, I played it all the way through. The epilogue case is the one that frustrates me the most because it is, if I remember correctly, one of, if not the longest case in the entire series. I'm so sorry, but that just doesn't wash. I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court, yes? This was the location that the photo was taken from. Your own photo tells the whole story. You can clearly see the left side of the bridge. But the outcropping that is being referred to is really more like a cliff. Almost finished AA2, a few testimonies from completing it. Nice. I would really recommend checking or finishing the other 2 games, or at least if you want to go through with walkthrough and like whenever you get stuck, like just pull up the solutions, because a lot of it really is interesting stuff. Like really well written story, but that's personal. Your view should have been completely cut off by this cliff, but you still claim to have been able to see the killer's car. Also, QT, if you're really concerned about her aesthetic now, you should see what she looks like 4 years later. Or when she's being channeled by her sister.
or cousin. Yeah. Order. Order in the court. What is the meaning of all this ballyhoo? Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact that the escapee fled in a stolen car was reported on the news. After witnessing a murder, I'm sure you can appreciate that the witness was very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself that she saw it. But she was repeatedly warned before starting her testimony. She was told to testify only about what she saw with her own eyes. Miss Judge? Or Mr. Judge? What is it? I think I must have remembered things wrong. They were all on your old phone and it broke. Too lazy to restart everything, just continued without, since not even halfway. First case on it. Okay, yeah. Funny how nobody in the court questions how a teenager or little girl grows to adult size and that the clothes don't Hulk rip. Yeah, but they are also very, they have excess material, I assume, so that she can't accommodate different physiques. AA3. Ah, okay. Hey, wait a minute. You can't just say that. Objection! Miss Faye, no one on the face of the earth, face of the planet is perfect. Yes, indeed. Quite true. You know what they say. To err is human, to forgive divine. And to moo is bovine. Oh, there's a whole joke on that one that I keep seeing crossing my timeline. I'm inclined to give the benefit of the doubt to our witness here. Bro, the defendant was 20 dating a 14-year-old. Please, someone please end my life. Better start praying, because I am not a god. Fresh out of forgiveness. Save the tears for later, kid. Mr. Armando. Don't look back until the trial's over. Now is the time to go forward. But that wasn't fair. Okay, kitten, you need to relax. Then you need to remember the other kitten's testimony. The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. So tell me, how did she know about that? How did she know about the how did she know that he broke into the trunk? Well, Miss Foster, until you can explain how you knew that, you're gonna have a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the courtroom. Well, witness? Well, I'm certain that he broke into the trunk because there were marks left on the trunk lid. I'm certain they were scratch marks from when he broke into it. What? Let me see that photo. It's true, these certainly look like scratch marks around the keyhole. It's obvious that this trunk has been broken open. Well, Miss Faye, are you satisfied? The judge is on her side. I can't make any mistakes here. Miles Edgeworth. Okay, I don't want to have to use this last resort, but you leave me no choice. Your Honor, I call my final witness, Chris Hansen. So he drives an Impala. I don't understand the reference, I'm sorry. What you just said, is there a contradiction in there somewhere? Winchester Brothers drive a 1967 Chevy Impala.
Oh yeah, trunk with enough space to hide a body. Actually, several bodies. I'm gonna go lay down, but I hope you have a great rest of your evening. Get some rest, QT. Have a good evening. Take care of yourself, man. Something about it that still doesn't feel right, but okay, I guess I'm satisfied, sort of. I hope this has cleared up any doubts. Indeed, I believe it has. Okay, this is no time to play around. Huh? Overlooking such a huge contradiction. What am I gonna do? Contradiction? So that wasn't my imagination after all. Very well, let's move on. Just a minute. What is it now, Miss Faye? I've got a big problem with what this witness said. I'd appreciate it if you didn't change your mind every 5 seconds. Hang in there, yeah. Melissa Foster, it looks like you finally betrayed yourself. But you knew about the scratches. The question is when? When did you get a chance to see those scratches? I finally got her. I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here. Then perhaps it would be faster if Miss Faye explained herself. Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness had seen the scratches was... There's only one way the witness had a chance to see those scratches. Yes? What is it? Naturally, when she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. The person who really hid the body in the trunk of that car was... Melissa Foster. It was you who did it, wasn't it? That's ridiculous. I would never. It was the man in the prison garb. He's the one that... I don't think so, Miss Foster. If Mr. Falls had been the one to put the corpse in the trunk, he would have simply used the car key. There was no need to break it open. But he stole the car. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light, which means that the key would have still been in the ignition. Oh, I see. I'm probably going to finish this trial tonight, yeah. Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Miss Foster. Without that, we never would have uncovered the truth. That it couldn't have been Mr. Falls who put the body in the trunk. Preposterous. To even suggest that the witness put the body in there. If that were true, then how do you explain the photo that she took? The corpse could have only been put in the trunk when the incident occurred. And we already know that at the time she was taking photographs. Now's your chance, Mia. Finish this thing. On the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Edgeworth. There's no need to think too deeply about it. Taking notes for the moment you reach where I'm at? Okay. What I'm saying is the shutter, this may not have been pushed by Miss Foster herself. Let's take another look at the camera and see what features it has, shall we? It has a timer built into it, even a mini tripod. Why, it's almost as if she brought this camera just to take this picture. What are you trying to say then, Miss Faye? That when the crime occurred, Miss Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed? Well, if she really did use the camera's auto timer, then the answer is yes, she was somewhere else. Exactly, she was not in the field. Would the defense please explain further? Listen, this is a crucial point.
where was Miss Foster when the incident occurred? In answering that question, we'll also make clear Miss Foster's true identity. Well then, please answer this question. Where was Melissa Foster on the bridge? On the day of the murder, sorry.
She was right there.
Naturally, the witness was right here. But that's where the victim, Miss Hawthorne, was standing.
I think the thing that helps most with this game is if you take the advice that happens in the first game, where if none of what is happening makes sense, find the explanation that helps it make the most sense. So in this case, the fact that she knew the information means she had to have been where the car was. And why was the, if she was where the car was, why was the camera able to take a picture of them in the space? Well, she set herself up to be in the space so that the picture would have to have both of them.
Order. Miss Faye, what on earth?
Your Honor, if I may. After parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean that there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. In other words, if someone put the body in the trunk, it could have only been before the defendant met the victim. How asinine. Of course Mr. Falls met with the victim. The only person with the opportunity to have put the victim in the trunk is the same man who killed her, Terry Falls. You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? By the time the witness's photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo was not Valerie Hawthorne. What? I've never heard anything more ridiculous in my entire life. Then, who exactly is the victim in this photo? It's obvious, isn't it? It's your own witness.
What?
It's the only possible explanation.
The bridge is the victim. It had to witness all of this. Twice. Probably a few more times, let's be honest. Maybe a few other things that I wish it hadn't seen. Poor bridge.
The woman that Mr. Falls met on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster. Me? Let's remember that it was raining and foggy on the mountain that day.
There we go.
Mr. Falls himself believed that the woman in front of him was Valerie Hawthorne. But the defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she was the woman whose testimony helped get him convicted. But since then, my client has spent 5 hard years in a federal penitentiary. He couldn't remember exactly what she looked like anymore. You are just making this up as you go along. Where's your proof? I've got it all right here. This piece of evidence will blow this case wide open. At the time of the incident, Mr. Falls had forgotten what Valerie Hawthorne looked like.
The note.
Mr. Falls had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification. Namely, this muddy scarf. It was Mr. Falls who requested that she wear this scarf to identify herself. That's already been proven by the note the victim left. In other words, as long as you were wearing a scarf, like he has, anyone would have pretended could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Well, what do you have to say to that, Miss Melissa Foster? No. Is she dead? No, she can't be dead. Well, maybe. Where's Miss Foster? She's collecting herself in the lobby. It's obvious that Melissa Foster did it. She hid the body in the trunk, disguised herself as the victim. She set up the camera to snap a fake photo of them together. The only question is, why did she do it? Well, isn't that obvious? She's the real culprit. Well, we'll have to wait for Miss Foster to compose herself before we start again. Until then, this court is in recess. The defense and the prosecution are both to wait in their respective lobbies. Yes, Your Honor. This is where the recess... Yeah, it is. Understood. Practically it's the same place now. Very well. This court is in recess. Say, Alex, do you mind looking something up for me? $42. Ah, you know what? You're right. Imagine a world where somebody makes an Ace Attorney randomizer that works. Oh, Jesus. No. No. That would be stupid. That would be moon logic. I would hate it. I would actually have memorized everything. If I were to run through it now, I might actually memorize everything that was supposed to have been done. Mr. Falls, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I wanted to say thanks. You're real good. You really hooked me up. Thanks. We're almost there. Once I prove that she committed the crime. Yeah, but there's one more big obstacle we've got to get past. Obstacle? That boy ain't right. Yeah. Yeah. Motive. Why would she kill Melissa Foster? Kill that policewoman anyway. Motive, huh? Anyway, we're still badly in need of information. Information? Great. What we need most is info about this Melissa Foster herself. All we know is that she's a student studying literature. And one more thing. What is it? It isn't, wear a green shirt. Armando wears a red shirt. Something like that. The colors are all off. Well, that incident happened 5 years ago, of course. The kidnapping murder case that Zebra Boy is on death row for. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. Mr. Falls, in that case, tell us more about it. About what happened 5 years ago. Okay, I trust you. That day 5 years ago, I dreamed of it every day, or I dream of it every day. This picture, it reminds me of everything. Bridge looks the same, just like then 5 years ago. It could fall apart any minute. So it's been broken like that for at least 5 years. Ah, sorry, buddy, but you sound like the one that could fall apart at any minute. It's true, I did kidnap her 5 years ago. I kidnapped my girlfriend, Dahlia Hawthorne. Your good girlfriend? Huh? Hey, hold on there. Did you say
Hawthorne?
The victim's last name. Surrounded by assholes!
Dahlia Hawthorne, Valerie's little sister.
What? Are you serious? The girl. Let her go.
Shut up. Come closer and I kill her.
Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. The detective back then was Valerie Hawthorne. At first I thought shooting someone for a kidnapping was crossing the line, but if it was to protect her little sister, I can understand why she did it.
Wrong. Don't protect her sister. Valerie betrayed me. Betray us.
What do you mean she betrayed you?
Everything. All lies. All make-believe. Kidnapping too.
Oh, make-believe? A make-believe kidnapping?
Dahlia, my girlfriend, my love, my teen angel.
Had a full innocent life ahead of her. She became a lit major, never mess with lit majors.
Did he actually say, my teen angel? He's seen one too many soap operas.
I'd do anything she says, anything Dahlia says.
Anything Dahlia says? Hold on a minute. What you're saying is that kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by...
Yeah, me and Dahlia. And Valerie, too.
Valerie was in on it?
Dahlia's family is rich. Jewelry business. We got one jewel, that's what we thought. Or we get one jewel, that's what we thought. Me and Dahlia wrote kidnap note. We send to her dad. Ask for $2 million. Tell him to make exchange on Tusky Bridge. We tell him Valerie make transfer because she knew detective. Having a police detective in your pocket is a useful thing. In the end, you were planning on splitting the $2 million 3 ways. Yeah, but that woman. That woman, Valerie, she do it for real. She shoot at me for real, me and Dahlia. I was shot in the arm. Dahlia, she jumped in the river.
Jump? You don't mean she jumped on purpose, do you?
I couldn't do it. I could never push her. Anyway, I blacked out. Wake up with police all over. And that's when they decided to give you the death sentence. I couldn't believe it. That woman, she betrayed me.
That man, Terry Falls, he killed her. He threw her off the bridge. He threw my beloved sister into the roaring river 40 feet below.
These 5 years, all I wonder is, why? Why did she lie? That's all I want to know. But that's why you called her. You wanted to hear the truth from Valerie herself. Yes, but I forgot what she looked like, so I tell her to wear a scarf. I don't want to hurt her. Just ask why. Why? Why did you lie? Why did you betray me? I just want to hear the answer come from her mouth. That's all.
So that's why. That's why you made a crazy escape like that.
Just one thing, Zebra Boy. My senses are tingling all over. Tell me, Mr. Falls, where is it?
Huh? Where is what?
Because you don't use articles when you speak, Terry. That's why. Come on now, kitten. The ransom. The $2 million diamond. Remember that now? Did you give it back to Pops? Did the police take it? I don't know.
Huh? You don't know?
Not really. No, really, I don't know. It's gone. With Dahlia.
With Dahlia?
That day on the bridge, Dahlia put it in backpack. Now gone. With Dahlia. Gone wherever. Into Eagle River. Okay.
Disappeared with Dahlia, huh? Wait a minute.
You can come back in now. We're ready to go.
Mr. Falls, just one more question. When you said with Dahlia, do you mean the diamond is still missing? Along with the body of Dahlia Hawthorne?
Never found her. My sweet Dahlia.
You never found her.
Swallowed by river. Gone. Dahlia. My teen angel. You're a teen angel. How old was she anyway? Just 14.
14? Guess you were robbing cradles before diamonds.
She plans a fake kidnapping and disappears into the river with a rock worth $2 million. Man, oh man, angel these days.
Falls takes the fall and gets a one-way ticket to death row. Is Dahlia Hawthorne an angel, or is she really a...
It's time, kitten. Looks like we have a few more aces up our sleeve now.
You bet.
Take the fall, Terry Falls. Armando. And we'll just pocket that for later and not defend him when that case comes up. The training wheels are coming off now, Mia. You've got to strike while the iron is hot. That's one of my rules, remember it? Remember it. Nah, man, you can see why he got the death penalty. Ask for $2 million ransom. Terry's tutoring fees must have been expensive. Now then, let's continue with the trial of Mr. Terry Falls. Witness, are you feeling better?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll try my best.
You're a brave young lady.
Not this again.
I can understand a defense lawyer wanting to get her client off the hook.
However, trying to pin the crime on an innocent student is...
What are you talking about? My witness is not the person on trial here. She's an innocent bystander who witnessed a violent crime. That's all. Edgeworth, you wouldn't hesitate to shank somebody if it had win you the case. Yes, he would. Remember, all of those accusations that he's had leveled against him never actually were true. What possible reason would a girl like this have for murdering a policewoman? It's certainly hard to imagine this woman as a murderer.
Her motive, huh? I figured that's what I had to establish next.
Well, Miss Faye, do you have any evidence of a motive?
Yes, of course. I think.
You're still acting as tame as a kid. Mr.
Armando.
Listen, a lawyer is someone who still smiles, no matter how bad it gets. Smiling on the outside while your guts are twisted in knots is the mark of a pro.
Maybe so, but I wish you'd quit grinning at me like that.
Excuse me. May I speak, Mr. Judge? The leprechaun tells me to burn things.
Of course. Mr. Judge is ready anytime you like.
I'd like to say something. Some people here are suspicious of me, right? That's why I wanted you to know, Mr. Judge, to know that it's not true.
I see. You're such an honest and upstanding young lady.
Who wants to help me hide a dead body? We're gonna get rid of the judge. Oh wait, you know what? We know a guy. Shelly the Killer.
It looks like this witness is a real professional.
What do you mean?
Look at that 100-pound smile. Just when things are darkest for her, look, she lights right up. Very well then. Let's hear what the witness has to say.
I was out of the country until a year before last. Until I entered college, I had never been to Eagle Mountain before. And I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago, or kidnapping a poor girl, I think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster.
Out of country, eh?
Precisely.
Furthermore,
She has no possible motive for committing murder.
Indeed. You're up to that, kitten. Sharpen those claws and put on your best smile.
You bet.
This is where you're stuck?
Somehow I have to tie her to this case.
Alright, let's see what we can shake loose with pressing first. Actually, let's see here.
So, country were you living in then?
We were all living abroad, but after my parents were killed,
It was a brutal civil war. She had to try to make her way back home alone.
lost everything. I didn't even have any personal identification.
What kind of sob story is this? What do I do? Should I press her for details? Witness, answer my question. I'll even repeat it for you. What country were you in? Your Honor, this line of questioning is childish. What country she was in and how many languages she may speak are irrelevant here. What we're here to evaluate is whether this witness has any connection to this case.
I've lived abroad ever since I was a little girl. That's why I could never have known Mr. Falls or Detective Hawthorne.
Yes, I think we've established that point.
Yes, indeed. Well then, shall we add what you've just stated to the official testimony?
You didn't know either person? Are you certain of that?
Yes, I'm afraid I'm rather shy around people.
Oh, well, that can't be helped.
Why is he just agreeing with everything that comes out of her mouth?
The first time you saw either of them was when they were on the bridge, correct?
Yes, it really was a coincidence.
So what made you decide to go to Eagle Mountain anyway? I just love being outdoors, picnics, hikings, you know, that sort of thing. You don't look like much of a hiker to me, but you do look like a digger of sorts. But Eagle Mountain has a 2-hour drive from here and no trains running through there. There are plenty of mountains that are closer and easier to get to. Well, I went there once with the college hiking club. I fell in love with its stark, desolate beauty and its cold yet romantic gloominess. I didn't know you were such a goth. By the way, what's the name of your college? The prosecution objects to any questions that involve the witness's private life. All that matters is that she is a material witness to a crime. The witness doesn't need to respond to questions that are clearly malicious in intent. Thank you. She's really gone too far.
Miss Faye, you're treading on thin ice here.
I hardly said anything. Talk about sensitive. Perhaps, but your behavior today was very suspicious. Not only could you have you contradicted yourself here in court, but you know things you shouldn't. For example, the scratches on the trunk of the car. Well, that's... Unfortunately, Miss Faye, your last statement proves nothing. Oh, really? And why is that? The witness came to the police station once to identify the suspect. It's entirely possible that, at that time, an officer showed her this photo.
That seems like a rather serious mistake. Nah, that's the oldest trick in the prosecutor's book.
That's not fair. That wicked inmate. I'll never be able to forget that horrible day.
I have my guess as to who the witness is. The butterflies?
A grudge? Well, the policewoman's testimony was crucial, wasn't it? Crucial in getting the defendant sentenced to death?
Yes, and that's precisely why he harbored such deep anger against her. So much anger that he forgot his own guilt.
My client has always maintained that he's innocent of those charges. He seems rather forgetful. Your client, I mean. Not only did he forget about what he did, but he forgot the poor policewoman as well. What do you mean by that? The client. He forgot what the detective looked like, right? It's too bad for her that he didn't forget about her testimony as well. Well, she is kind of right. About that, Mr. Falls is kind of forgetful.
Press harder.
You said he forgot what the detective looked like. What did you mean by that? Well, he couldn't tell who she was without some kind of identification, right?
Quite right. That's why the victim was wearing a scarf as identification.
Why, if I'd been wearing a white scarf that day, then he probably would have tried to kill me.
That's true. He clearly is a bitter man.
This is bad. Mr. Falls' reputation keeps getting worse and worse. Sometimes it's best to not poke too deep. What should I do with that last statement?
We're gonna add it to the testimony.
Your Honor, what the witness said just now was tremendously important. I'd like it added to the official testimony.
The prosecution has no objections. After all, the defendant is a killer and mentally unbalanced one at that. The testimony only helps to further prove that point.
No, that's not why I...
Enough. Witness, if you would.
What do you mean by lucky? Well, it's February now. Everyone's wearing scarves. If I had accidentally worn a white scarf like he said...
then you yourself might have been killed. That would have been a terrible loss for this world. Judge! Ah, it looks like you pressed too hard this time, kid.
Mr. Armando?
If you keep looking around you and you're going to lose sight of. Keep looking around you and you're going to lose sight of the finish line. Justice is blind, but she's not deaf. Sometimes you have to know when not to talk.
You knew about that incident, but weren't you out of the country until the year before last?
Well, I saw the report about the escaped convict on the news. They had an in-depth report about his whole history.
So you were still living abroad 5 years ago, is this right?
Yes.
I can't let her get away with these lies.
Listen to me. She's neck deep in this whole thing. Somehow you're gonna have to get it, to get her to show the court her true self. Okay, so. Until the year before last. Yeah, I feel like that's usually it too. Nope, that wasn't it. See, the thing that's bugging me. Ah, there it is. How could she have known about the white scarf being the identifying feature? Because I don't think she was actually present for that part of the conversation.
It's true, Mr. Falls did give instructions to Valerie Hawthorne about their meeting. The note she left said, "Wear white scarf for identification."
Yes, what about it?
Isn't it obvious? Doesn't it strike you as odd? That note was a secret piece of evidence. How did that witness know about it?
Order! Order! It is on, isn't it? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, did you show top secret evidence to the witness?
Your Honor, I certainly never gave anyone permission to do such a thing. In that case, just a moment. Of course I didn't know about the note. It's just, I saw it when it happened, with my own eyes.
To what part of the testimony did you attach the letter to? If I had worn the white scarf, portion of it, where she specifically calls out the white scarf. I think it's like the second to last piece of testimony.
When the victim went to see the killer, she used her own scarf to signal him.
Let's see.
That's why I assumed that the signal was a white scarf.
So then, yeah, I used the, yeah, so I used the note she left with the second to last piece of testimony in that testimony there. Specifically the one where she's saying if I had worn the white scarf. And then the part after that one is the part that she's like, oh, I could have been, that like she can't forgive this guy. Yes. Second one.
I suppose that makes sense.
Come on, Mia. You can't let her weasel out of it that easily. Witness, sorry, but your explanation isn't going to work here. But why? It's true. That's what I saw. Impossible. There's no way you could have seen the victim use the white scarf to signal him.
Photo.
Here's a definitive piece of evidence that proves it.
That's your definitive piece of evidence?
Yes, if my thinking is correct. Well then, we have one mystery solved. The answer is simple. Miss Faye's thinking is wrong. That's all there is to it. Huh?
Please, kitten, you've got to do something. You're killing me over here. Miss Faye, I've got a definitive penalty for you. For your definitive piece of evidence.
Well, that wasn't what I was expecting. Well, do you finally leave me? I'm running out of time. Witness, sorry, but your explanation there isn't good.
Okay. We were abusing this map, but I think that might be it. Nope. Actually, do I have another state? I think I do. No, I don't. Okay. Is it the scarf?
You've said several times in your testimony that the victim was wearing a scarf. A white scarf, correct?
Yes, is something wrong? Whoa, what was that voice?
That's why I'd like to know, Miss Foster. Have a look at this. It's the victim's scarf. I'm sure people would disagree about what to call this color. However, it certainly is not white. You knew what the note said.
She knew.
She knew the contents of the note? No. It says, wear white scarf for identification. That's the reason why you said it was white. Well, Miss Foster?
Mm-hmm. Order. 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 Mr. Edgeworth, I'm waiting for an explanation.
I'm quite sure this note wasn't leaked to the public. And yet, this witness knew exactly what the note said. At the time of the murder, the number of people that knew were quite limited. Terry Falls is one. The person who wrote the note, Valerie Hawthorne, is another. And finally, one more person.
Did you say one more person? That's right. A person that no one would have suspected. Have you figured it out, kitten?
Yep. The third person that knew the contents of the note was...
Hang on.
What is it, Armando?
Here, I made a special cafe con leche for you. I put in plenty of sugar. Drink up before it gets cold. Don't be shy.
Why are you doing this?
Your brain needs stimulation. Drink some of this, and then think it over again. Listen, keep messing up like that, and you're going to get the judge mad. Miss Faye, don't just stand there casually drinking coffee.
Oops, I think it's too late.
Okay. I didn't think we were revealing this part of our hand so soon, but here we are.
And that person is Dahlia Hawthorne.
Dahlia Hawthorne? I've never heard that name before.
Look at the victim's note. This is what it says. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time there is her name right there.
What is this? Who is this person? This is Dahlia Hawthorne.
Miss Fay must be desperate as she's trying to bring the dead back to life. Dead? Dahlia Hawthorne was the victim's deceased younger sister. She was killed in a crime 5 years ago. Killed in a crime? You don't mean... Yes, she was kidnapped and killed by terrible violence.
Zombies. Well, we're in the right channel for it.
You said she was killed, but was she really? What are you implying? Of course, people thought that she died 5 years ago, when she fell off the Dusky Bridge and was in the Eagle River.
Who did I resurrect this time?
Well, I'm not proud of this one, but one horrible murderous monster, apparently.
On the bright side, more bodies to resurrect.
However, her corpse was never found. She was declared legally dead 5 years ago. As far as the law is concerned, Dahlia Hawthorne is officially dead. But the fact remains that her body was never recovered. Dahlia Hawthorne was 14 years old 5 years ago. If she were still alive today, she would be 19 now. Melissa Foster, I believe that's the same age you are. Even if you couldn't, even you couldn't, Miss Fay, you're not saying... But I am. That's precisely what I'm saying. This witness before us is the girl that was kidnapped 5 years and killed 5 years ago. This girl is in fact Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
What? Nice work. It was like tossing a grenade into a tree on fire. But unless you can tie all those loose ends together, you're nothing but a hit-and-run arsonist.
I understand. If I can expose her true nature, I can turn this whole case on its head. Now's my chance to make Mr. Edgeworth squirm.
Witness? Just who are you anyway?
I didn't think it'd come to this. That's enough. You don't have to say any more, witness. Yes, I understand.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, explain yourself.
Your Honor, I have an admission to make. I honestly never thought the defense would pursue the matter this far.
You don't mean...
Yes, the prosecutor's office isn't filled with fools, you know. Naturally, we conduct full background checks on all of our witnesses. What did he say?
Looks like the kid knew.
He knew her true identity from the get-go. No way. But then why?
If you hadn't revealed her secret, he wasn't going to say anything about it. All he wanted was her testimony, so he made a little trade.
Let me introduce you to the victim's younger sister, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
But I thought she died 5 years ago.
We thought so as well. But, well, as you can see... Why did she hide her identity for 5 years? It has nothing to do with the current case. She was merely an accidental witness to a crime. Accidental? I don't believe that for a minute. For the last 5 years, she's been playing the role of victim. And now we find her acting suspiciously at the scene of another murder. Really, Miss Fay, I must say your strategy here is painfully obvious. You're trying to pin your client's crime on an innocent witness in order to win. At any cost. How dare you? Please, let us take a moment to think. 5 years ago, this girl was kidnapped and nearly killed. But even worse than that, 5 years ago, Dahlia Hawthorne lost something much more precious. Her big sister. Miss Fay must be insane to even suggest that she murdered her. What? I'm inclined to agree with the prosecutor's logic. Miss Fay, do you have any evidence to back up your assertion? What possible reason would this witness have for killing her beloved sister?
Well, you see, I thought I was winning, but somehow he's turned it around on me.
I think you need a little push in the right direction, kid. The defense is prepared to present evidence supporting our claim.
That wasn't me. It was this guy. This crazy coffee addict.
I think we've heard enough empty threats from you, old man. What makes you think they're empty, boy?
Because your protege looks like she's sweating bullets. I am sweating bullets.
You think you're in a tough spot, huh?
Of course, aren't I?
No. You've just arrived at the moment of truth, that's all. Whether you win or lose, that's up to you.
To me?
The rashness of youth. How charming.
It's coming from someone younger than me.
Now then, let's not waste any more time. Miss Fay, what motive would this witness have for murdering her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne?
The story starts after Terry Falls escaped. He called Valerie and told her he wanted to meet. This is the note she left. It says, talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Valerie Hawthorne gave Dahlia a warning. She told her she was going to reveal the truth to the world, the whole truth.
The whole truth.
There was a dangerously important secret between Valerie and Dahlia. The reason Dahlia felt she had to kill Valerie, to keep her mouth shut permanently.
A terrific story, Miss Fay. If you like fiction, that is. Enlighten the court, Miss Fay. What was this secret that was so important? Where's your evidence? Dahlia and Valerie Hawthorne and Terry Falls. There's only one important secret that connects them all.
Oh yes, I know the secret. Your Honor, the defense would like to request further testimony.
Well, what testimony?
Regarding the kidnapping 5 years ago. We believe it will explain a lot of things, such as the nature of the important secret between the Hawthorne sisters.
I don't know how much longer is left in this case. It's now past midnight. I kind of want to belt through it, though. I think we're getting close to the end. Can you confirm or deny that for me? Very well. I'll grant your request for further testimony. I know it'll be painful for you, but you can enlighten us once more. Can you enlighten us once more, my little maple leaf?
Yes, I'll try, Mr. Judge. Putting on the old charm once more, Dahlia. But this will be the last time you hide behind your womanly wiles.
5 years ago.
5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls.
We're close to the end. This and okay. Cool. I'm just gonna belt through it then, because that means we only have like maybe 30 minutes at most, and I would love to just be able to start with the next case, as a fresh case tomorrow, because we're gonna need all the time we can get to get through it.
The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money, so I decided to change my identity and start a new life.
Girl, knowing what I know about what you do in a year's time, I don't buy it for 1 second.
The kidnapping left her emotionally scarred. With her sister's help, she left the Hawthorne family and started all over again. And we're to believe after all that, she murdered her sister? Preposterous.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Faye.
Might pass out soon, just a heads up? Okay. Yes, Your Honor.
As you've heard, the witness is still traumatized from the kidnapping. I'll ask you again to be extremely gentle in your cross-examination.
Mr. Edgeworth got the jump on me again.
Nah, if we're not allowed to fight, then let's twist some arms. Listen up, we still got that info, that ace up our sleeve.
What info?
Come on, kitten, don't say you've forgotten already. The fact that the kidnapping 5 years ago was staged.
That's right. It was a fake kidnapping. Terry Falls told us that in the lobby.
I do anything she says, anything Dahlia says.
What you're saying is the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by...
Yeah, me and Dahlia. And Valerie, too.
Yes, that's it. The fake kidnapping is your best shot, Leah. That's her secret. Did you and Mr. Falls have a relationship? Yes, as a tutor. You were tutoring him, Mr. Falls? No, of course not. Don't be ridiculous. Mr. Falls came to the house to tutor me. That makes sense. 5 years ago, she was only 14. He probably came up with the kidnapping plan during that time. The Hawthorns are in the jewelry trade and are quite wealthy, you see.
Quite the clever fellow, that Mr. Falls.
Did I hear him right? Did he just call Mr. Falls a clever fellow?
Yup.
I heard the diamond is valued in the neighborhood of $2 million.
This is gross. Yep. $2 million? I just thought of what the thing is.
It was still uncut, so the size was about the size of a pint of milk.
A $2 million pint of milk. I don't know what to think about that.
The defendant demanded that her sister Valerie make the exchange. Not as a detective, of course, but as an individual.
Yeah.
By the way, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Edgeworth, why do you think he wanted to make the exchange up there on that mountain? If he ever got surrounded, it would be hard to escape. There's one thing that a kidnapper wants to prevent, and that's police involvement. In a place like that, it would be easy to tell if he was being followed. With only one entrance to the mountain, he was ensuring his safety. What a wickedly clever man that Mr. Falls is. Yeah, right. It was all your plan. Anyway, Valerie brought the diamond to the mountain and... After she... let's see.
Okay, so here's what I think the contradiction is no.
I'd like to hear more about what happened right at that moment. Well, when Mr. Falls was shot in the right arm, he let go of me. I was dazed. I tried to run away, but Mr. Falls turned to grab me as well. As I ran past, and he and I locked eyes for a second, he gave me a large bloodthirsty grin.
Bloodthirsty grin? Oh.
And in the next instant...
I advise the court to remember that the river is 18 feet deep and incredibly swift. I was a strong swimmer, but I was knocked out. When I came to, I'd been carried away by the river to a strange place. I'll never forget that day. The crumbling bridge, nowhere to run. Just one little shove from behind. That was it. Before my sister could catch me, I fell into the river. And that's why you hid your identity? Yes, I only told my sister.
Valerie Hawthorne, eh?
Yes, she's the only one who knew about me.
Meanwhile, legally, this witness has been deceased for 5 years.
I didn't ever want something like that to happen to me again.
And that new identity was Melissa Foster, right?
Yes, my sister helped me get the official paperwork taken care of.
That makes sense. Without an insider's help, doing all of the paperwork would have been impossible.
She was the only person left in the world I could count on. And you think I killed her? There's no way I could.
It's a moment of truth for this witness, too. Once the truth about this staged kidnapping comes out, everyone in the court will know how much of a Jezebel she really is.
I've just got to prove that the kidnapping was a hoax. That was a dangerous thing to do, considering you were being held hostage.
Yes, but actually, that saved my life.
What do you mean?
You see, Mr. Falls was holding a knife in his right hand. Somehow I just knew he was going to use it. I knew he was going to use the knife to kill me. That's why my sister shot him. It was to save me.
No, that's not right.
Okay, he knew she had it in the backpack. Why would he, if he was so desperate for the diamond?
this might be one of those cases where people are like, gotta prove the kidnapping was a hoax. I'm missing something on this one. And if I really wanted to, I could just go piece by piece, spot by spot. Just brute force my way through it. Sure, I'll take a hint. It's the bridging, right? Bridge map? Yeah, so she came up from where he was standing during this case. No, it's not that one, it's definitely the map. Dang. There it is.
You say that Mr. Falls pushed you into the Eagle River. However, that's hard to believe. But it's true. I felt a push on my back. Certain of it, it was Mr. Falls. I'm sorry, but I guess I wasn't clear enough. I shouldn't have said, that's hard to believe. I should have said, that's impossible. Impossible? I ask that the court recall the condition of Dusky Bridge now and 5 years ago. That bridge hasn't changed one bit these last 5 years. If someone had pushed you from behind as you've claimed, instead of being carried away by the river, you would have been smashed by the bedrock below. A most certain death. Do you understand now, Dahlia Hawthorne? The very notion that my client pushed you from behind is impossible. Your Honor, this event occurred 5 years ago. Why, for all we know, the water level on the river may have been higher back then. But it's 40 feet from the bridge to the river. A small change in water level wouldn't have made a difference.
You're right. If the events occurred just as the witness had testified, the defendant couldn't have pushed the witness into the river. Young lady, what is the meaning of this?
You see,
Just a moment, Your Honor. It's true that the witness testified that the defendant pushed her into the river. However, she never stated that she fell from the back end of the bridge.
What do you mean?
After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. If that's true, she would have fallen into the river. Well, Miss Hawthorne, is Mr. Edgeworth's explanation correct?
Now that you mention it, I do remember now when I fell off the bridge. My skirt got caught on one of the bridge's side wires. You can't be serious.
Order. Order in the court.
It seems Miss Faye's assault has finally reached its conclusion. Not now, Mia. This is not the time to retreat. Unfortunately for you, this is just the start of Miss Faye's assault.
What?
I believe your reasoning went something like this, Mr. Edgeworth. After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. However, once again, I'm forced to say, that's impossible.
Ridiculous. What's so impossible about it?
Because your flawed logic contradicts the court record.
Yeah, there's a lot of, like, safety lines on that thing.
Your Honor, all of the answers are right here in this photo. Take a look at the wires supporting both sides of the bridge. They extend up about 5 feet off the ground. It would be impossible to push someone off the thing.
But let's remember the size and strength of the defendant. Wires like this wouldn't be a problem for him. He could have easily picked up the 14-year-old girl and thrown her over.
So young and already so forgetful, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Falls had been shot in the right arm.
Oh.
And more importantly, Valerie Hawthorne had her gun trained on him at point-blank range. So, Mr. Falls throwing the witness off the bridge? That's clearly impossible.
Order. What is the meaning of this?
Dahlia Hawthorne, you jumped into the Eagle River intentionally.
What? What is the meaning of this? Indeed. What do you mean by such a ridiculous remark?
Yes, that's ridiculous. My sister was there to help me. She had her gun and handcuffs and she could have saved me. Jumping into a raging river like that would have been suicide. Perhaps, but still, that's exactly what you did. You were probably confident that you could handle the swift current. But even more so, the witness had a much more compelling reason for jumping into the river.
Oh, then what was it? What was so important that she'd want to jump into the river?
The witness is still alive. This fact alone explains everything. This witness, this is why she risked her life by jumping into the rapids of the Eagle River. 5 years ago, something else disappeared with Dahlia that day. The item that Valerie brought up the mountain with her. The $2 million diamond.
No, it can't be.
Yes, Dahlia had it planned all along from the beginning. The $2 million, she was going to keep it all for herself. She forced Mr. Falls to fake her, to help her fake the kidnapping. At the last minute, she betrayed him and threw herself into the river. With the ransom tucked away safely in her backpack.
Why, that's simply ridiculous. Order. Your Honor. 5 years ago, the witness was only 14 years old. Do you really think a 14-year-old is capable of such a demonic plan?
This woman is a demon. And there is one more person who helped make a demon out of her. Her sister, Valerie Hawthorne.
You mean the victim was involved in the kidnapping plot as well?
She was a detective then. You're saying she participated in her sister's kidnapping? Precisely. I'm saying that it weighed heavily on her conscience for the past 5 years. This is the sole reason behind the victim's murder.
What do you mean by that?
On the day of the murder, after receiving the phone call from Mr. Falls, Valerie called her sister Dahlia. And then she told her what she was planning to do.
Planning to do?
She was going to tell the truth, the whole truth, as she wrote in her note. That is what sealed Valerie Hawthorne's fate. That is when you hatched your demonic plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A plan that would ensure neither of your accomplices would neither of your accomplices to the kidnapping would talk. That is why you killed your sister, Valerie Hawthorne.
Who is that, laughing at a time like this?
Forgive me, it was just hilarious.
Witness, is that you?
You amuse me, woman. Miss Mia Fey. You can certainly weave an exciting tale. Naturally, you have the evidence to back it up, don't you? Evidence? Evidence that I planned the kidnapping, of course. At 14, I plotted it with with Mr. Falls and my sister. One more thing. What happened to the $2 million diamond? If you can't provide evidence to at least show that.
Well, Miss Fey.
I don't know.
What a joke.
You, Miss Fey,
Are you stupid or something? Excuse me.
How can I prove a fake kidnapping that happened 5 years ago? I don't even have decisive proof of Valerie Hawthorne's murder.
Well, it seems that we've come to the end. To be honest, the witness's behavior does raise certain suspicion. However, I am forced to reject the assertions made by the defense.
Of course you are. Is this it? Is it really over? This girl has made a fool of me and there's nothing I can do about it.
Without evidence, the trial is over. Who decided that?
Mr. Armando.
Come now, kitten. Haven't you figured out that you can make your own rules? For example, even if there's no evidence, there's still testimony.
Testimony?
On the day in question, Dahlia Hawthorne murdered her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. She hid her body in the trunk of Mr. Falls' stolen car, and then went to meet with him. Disguised as her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. That's what you think, right?
Yes, that's right.
In that case, there's only one answer, right? There's only one person left who can testify about Valerie Hawthorne's murder.
If there's no proof, there's only one thing left to do. Who's the one person who can testify to that demon woman's crimes? Your Honor, the defense wishes to call a new witness.
A new witness?
Yes, we would like to hear the testimony of Terry Falls.
The defendant?
There's only one person who can shed any further light on the situation. Only one person that knows what Dahlia's role in the kidnapping was. Only one person that can say whether the person in the photo is Valerie Hawthorne, or whether it was in fact her younger sister, Dahlia, disguised as her. There's only one person who can solve this riddle once and for all, and that person is Terry Falls.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what is your take on this?
Why not? The prosecution has no objections.
Very well. Bailiff, bring the defendant to the witness stand.
This is my last chance, Mr. Falls. My last chance to establish Dahlia's guilt. You're all I have left.
Defendant, you've heard everything that's been said up to this point, yes? I don't believe it. No way. Dahlia died 5 years ago. Valerie betrayed me.
Mr. Falls, I don't know what she said to you 5 years ago, but one thing is clear. Dahlia is very much alive, and you were used for $2 million.
That's not true. Mr. Falls, there's only one question I want the answer to. 2 days ago on Dusky Bridge, who did you meet? Was it Valerie Hawthorne, or was it Dahlia Hawthorne? Dahlia, did you betray me? 5 years ago, she promised never ever betray each other.
Terry?
Terry? Dahlia, it's true. It's true, you're alive.
You don't trust me anymore? That makes me sad.
Tell the truth, the real truth. I believed in you.
I shouldn't need to say it now. You should already know. But there is one thing I will say. My life is in your hands now, Terry.
Dahlia? I will allow Mr. Falls to testify once and once only. Well then, Mr. Falls, yours will be the final testimony in this trial. Witness. Eek. I'm sorry. I apologize. Water. Please, water.
Hmm?
Can't talk. Need water. Ah. Oh well. I guess it'll have to be my coffee instead. At least it'll match the way he's probably feeling right now. Darker and bitter than hell itself. Bitterer than hell itself. Who Terry Falls saw. That day, 4 p.m., I stopped the car. I was in front of the bridge. She wasn't there, so I waited on the bridge. I watched my car from bridge. I never put nobody in that car. Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me. We talked, then she left. That was Valerie. Oh, my Dahlia.
Mr. Falls, you're covering for her. Do you think she would do the same for you?
That's enough, Miss Fay.
His last statement was a fitting way to end
the final testimony of the trial. Well then, Miss Fay, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Is this how you wanted to end, Mr. Falls? Another guilty verdict to go along with your death sentence?
There's only one person who can stop it. You, kitten, I think. Wouldn't the death sentence actually not be valid anymore because we know she's alive?
According to the note, the meeting was supposed to take place at 4:30. You certainly arrived early, didn't you?
It was raining. Already dark, too.
You waited on the bridge for 30 minutes? Falls?
Eagle Mountain. That spot. Strong memories. When has procedural technicalities ever saved anyone in this court?
Why didn't he just climb up? Could it be he's hiding something here?
Dave. You weren't waiting on the bridge.
So, when you got to the bridge, no one had arrived, huh? So you waited on the bridge, you're sure of that?
Yeah, I'm sure.
You're sure, huh? Well then, I'm sure too, Mr. Falls. I'm sure that you're lying.
What? Oh?
I would just love to hear your rationale on this, Miss Fay. You want to know who arrived at the bridge first? Just look at this photo. It's perfectly clear. Obviously, the person that came first would be the one at the end of the bridge, right?
But that's the victim at the end of the bridge.
Precisely my point. In other words, Mr. Falls, you must have arrived at the bridge after she did. Mr. Falls, please don't get so worked up. We just want the truth.
I got there around 4 o'clock, it's true. I had somewhere to go, a special place. Did you go to this special place before you went to the bridge? It's an old temple about 15 minutes from the bridge. 5 years ago, me and Dahlia, we promised each other. We swore we wouldn't betray each other. She brought a memento to represent our love.
A memento?
5 years ago, I hid it under the base of the tree there. It's a special memory for me. This is it. This is what I went to get. This little bottle on a necklace is your memento. It's quite charming, but it looks empty.
Your Honor, you heard what my client said. He arrived at the scene at 4 o'clock. But then he left his car unattended and walked away. He was gone for approximately 30 minutes.
Ugh.
With that much time,
Dahlia Hawthorne could have easily hidden the body in the trunk of his car.
No. Indeed. There certainly was enough time for it.
I've still got a chance. Mr. Falls, there's no mistaking it. Huh? Mr. Falls?
That's enough. Please. Witness? I promised her 5 years ago. If it ever happened that we can't trust each other no more, then we're supposed to drink a bottle.
No! Stop the trial. Your Honor, we need a recess.
I was stupid. Couldn't keep promise. So I did it. I drank this.
No! We are so close. Just a little more. I was going to prove your innocence.
No, don't want that. Don't trust self. Maybe kill again. Kill sweet Dahlia again.
Mr. Falls.
Mr. Armando. Thanks for the coffee.
Mr. Falls! And so my first trial ended. Suddenly and tragically. It ended with no winners, only losers. I ended up with a wound so deep that cut into my soul. I thought it'd never heal. I'm sure it was the same for the young prosecutor as well. But one person, the true criminal, Dahlia Hawthorne, she left the court with a secret smile on her demonically sweet face.
Unforgivable, that witch.
Mr. Armando.
We were so close to the truth. It was right there in front of us. You were just a little too soft, kid.
It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself.
Don't cry, kitten. You're gonna make my coffee all salt.
I knew it. I knew I wasn't cut out for this.
Mia. Don't you get it? You can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
Mr. Armando. No matter how tough the case, no matter how bitter the memories, they always fade over time. Then you file them away and eventually forget them.
Oh, that might have been his voice. Maybe not. 1 year later, in this very same courthouse, I, myself, got wrapped up in that case.
Only after that did Dahlia Hawthorne get put on trial for her crimes. The verdict that was ultimately handed down to her was guilty, of course. Naturally, when the verdict was read, she had a perfect angelic smile on her face. It was finally all over. At least, that's what I thought at the time. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been more wrong. It's been 5 years, but now something has happened that's made me remember all this. Alright. So, we will be picking this up tomorrow. With the final case of trials and tribulations. Little teaser for it. Shichishito, a treasured Korean village heirloom, whose name means seven-branched sword. It is said that this sacred sword represents life itself. Though the branches may appear to be infinite, the choice is limitless. Like our destinies, the sword comes to but one end, one merciless point. And when the silver cord, the fragile thread that binds us to this world, is severed, the illusion is revealed, and the implacability of the fate of... Okay, well, hopefully you guys caught that. Here we are. So how's that for heavy? All right. So, let me get my scale. Yes. So, let me just figure out who we're rating. Video. Which... I might have a friend I would like to raid, actually. One I haven't ever had a chance to raid. Alright, I know who we're raiding. So, we are going to be raiding a good friend of mine that I've known for quite a while now. We are going to be going over to Reverie Kavanog. Still not sure how to pronounce that last part of his name. Reverie. Met him a long time ago, and then ended up doing a lot of raiding with him on Final Fantasy, so some of you may actually recognize his voice, as he was our raid leader when I was participating and streaming it for a bit. He's currently playing Elden Ring. So, would appreciate it if you haven't already. Go ahead and drop a follow for the guy. Fantastic, very entertaining. Calm, cool, and collected, but not in the way you think. And show him some. I'll be dropping a raid message in the chat really quick. Go ahead and use whatever raid emotes you would like to on top of that message. And yes, so tomorrow, more Phoenix Wright. Perhaps
perhaps one of the craziest stories you will ever see if you want to be there for it. But, fun tonight, guys. I had a lot of fun with it. So, take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful rest of your evenings. Have a good day. Be excellent to each other.